Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, and 3 here. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3.
That's turned on by Blaze Seiler. It's going all the way. It's out of here. The Nationals have done it. Blaze Seiler has hit a home run to walk it off. Let's play ball. FNBO baseball from FM 98.1 and AM 1410 while live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Here's the voice of the Nationals, Paxton Gordon.
Welcome back here, everybody, to our favorite place in the whole wide world, the A7 District, as the FNBO Nationals are taking on Grand Island Home Federal here in the District Championship game. The Nationals making it to this spot after taking down, of course, Grand Island Home Federal on Sunday when they did so in a very spectacular fashion, coming away with the 6-5 victory. And of course now we're facing off against the same team that they faced on Sunday, as Grand Island Home Federal took down the opponents in the lower bracket that were the number 2 seeded 5 Points Bank Hastings 10-5. And now we get here for some championship baseball for a potential spot in the district, well, not district championship, but to be crowned district champions as they make their way to state. Again, both these two teams have been guaranteed a spot in state next Saturday, and that is how we get things rocking and rolling between these two teams. Getting Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. We'll step aside, take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll have more of our Quick Stop pregame with our starting lineups right here at FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gets you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink, get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals taking on Grand Island Home Federal in the district championship match. Winner, of course, is officially crowned the district champion, while the loser will take the second place. But this really matters, of course, for the one thing of the district champion, as well as where teams will be going when it comes to state in just a couple of days. It's time to jump into our Double Dip Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dip Ice Creamery in the Store Canteen District in North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of the ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. Hey, plus they also have available the ice cream trailer for all your outdoor events. On the side of Grand Island Home Federal, Ethan Foley, the shortstop, will be batting leadoff. My good heavens. Ian Aarons in right field will be batting in the number 2 hole for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Bronxton Barrientos in center field with Gabe Ruiz at first base batting in the 4 hole. Grayson Sag at second with Gage Gannon in the designated hitter position. Ethan Kostler at third, Gavin Howell at left field with Trent Verplank, who will be catching. And then on the mound for the side of Grand Island Home Federal today, Zachary Mater. For the side of the FNBO Nationals, Caden Johnson in center field as always with Jack Polk batting in the 2 hole at shortstop. Landon Greeno at third base with Easton Jones at third. Dean McIntyre will be catching with Blaze Zeiler on the mound for the Nationals today in the 6 hole. Ty Hanneborg at second base with Jackson Peters in left and Tyler Townsend in right field. It's time for the national anthem. So with this, we're going to step aside, take a real quick break. We come back, more of our quick stop pregame and the start of the game right here, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 with video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first.
See me, Matthew Musselman, on how I can help your auto, home, and life needs.
Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers, powered by plant-based natural caffeine. And they come in 4 delicious flavors: pomegranate passion, mango mojo, prickly pear, and watermelon wild. Why do you keep doing that?
These refreshers are just so refreshing.
But you don't have to make that noise every time. Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Welcome back here to Scottsbluff, Cleveland Field to be exact, for the A7 District Championship game between the FNBO Nationals as well as Grand Island Home Federal, the 1 seed and the 3 seed, making it here to the district championship game. Of course, both are guaranteed a spot in the state tournament this Saturday. It's just whoever comes away today with the victory will get the well, I don't want to say get the choice, but we'll be going to the American side of the bracket, while the loser will head to the national side. That was our Quick Stop pregame show. 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. So as we get ready to rock and roll, Blaze Zeiler is on the mound for the Nationals here today. Of course, Blaze Zeiler having himself quite a district tournament here this weekend. So gets the honors today to be the starting pitcher for the Nationals against Zachary Mater, the relief pitcher for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Of course, the Nationals hoping to see either Zeiler go the whole way or use as little arms as they can, of course, with the upcoming tournament on Saturday. Don't want to give a lot of their pitchers too many days of rest or overwork them going into the tournament. So we'll see Zeiler here today for the Nationals. He'll be first pitching up against the side of, as I get everything started, Ethan Foley. Foley batted in the 2 hole on Sunday for Grand Island Home Federal against the Nationals. He unfortunately went 0 for 4 that day. Now we'll look coming to this game as the leadoff batter, seeing if he can get things going in a different direction, a positive direction for himself, and help this Grand Island Home Federal squad move up and move on to game number 2. Again, since Grand Island Home Federal is the lower bracket team that fell to the Nationals on Sunday, if they want to become district champions, Grand Island Home Federal has to go through the Nationals twice today. For the side of the FNBO Nationals, all they got to do today is just win 1 game, And with that, they will be A-OK. They will walk away as district champions in the A7, as now we get rocking and rolling. As here comes Ethan Foley up to bat for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Here in game number 1 between these two teams, a lot of anticipation on this rematch between either side, as Zeiler's first pitch will be in the turf for ball number 1 to Ethan Foley. Foley today playing shortstop, Grand Island Home Federal. Next pitch from Blaze Zeiler, fastball slowly grounded on over to Jack Polk. He slides and gloves it. The gun to first will not be in time as it pulls one Landon Greeno away from the first base bag. And just like that, on over to second goes Ethan Foley, as that'll be an error for the side of the Nationals already to start this game off, as Jack Polk tried to rocket a ball on over to Landon Greeno at first, but it kind of pulled Greeno off the bag, and because of that, on over to second goes Ethan Foley, as Ian Ahrens now comes up to bat. He was one of the players for Grand Island Home Federal that really, I wouldn't say took advantage, but really was the only offense for this team. He went 2 for 4 on Sunday, as another fastball in from Blaze Zeiler is there for strike number 1. He was the only real pitcher for the side of Grand Island Home, the only player for Grand Island Home Federal that really had any offensive momentum. 2 for 4 that day, 2 singles, a ground out and a fly out. Has a runner in scoring position already. Ethan Foley on over at second base. Is next pitch in from Blaze Zeiler will be a little bit outside for ball number 1. It's 1-1 the count now to Ahrens. Up next for Grand Island Home Federal, Bronxton Barrientos, Gabe Ruiz. Zeiler gets the sign that he likes from Dean McIntyre. Big old glance at second. And here comes the 1-1 pitch from Zeiler. And way outside, got a little too much rotation on it. Pulls McIntyre off the bag. It's 2-1 the count now. Two and one now here in this game number 1 of potential 2 in this district championship between the Nationals and Grand Island Home Federal. One that's rocketed down the third base side for foul ball. It's 2-2 now in the count. Nobody out. 1 runner on here in this top of the first inning with Ethan Foley. As here comes Ian Ahrens once again trying to move his compatriot at second up a bag, but Blaze Zeiler trying to find the first down of this inning with a strike. Here comes Blaze Zeiler's 2-2 pitch into Ahrens. He delivers. Another one that's going to be skied fouled off by Ahrens for still a 2-2 count. As Ahrens once again will get prepped and ready to rock and roll here for what would now be the 5th pitch of this at-bat between Blaze Zeiler and Ian Ahrens. That one just a bit below the knees for ball number 3. 3-2 the count now. As Blaze will get the sign from Dean McIntyre that he wants and he likes. 3-2 count into Ian Ahrens as Blaze Zeiler, a couple glances at second. His next pitch is just a smidge outside, ball 4. And Ian Ahrens will now walk on over to first with nobody out and 2 runners on now for Bronxton Barrientos, the center fielder.
Your center fielder, Bronxton
Barrientos did collect 1 hit for Grand Island Home Federal on Sunday against the Nationals. As Zeiler now ready to rock and roll with his first pitch into Barrientos. 2 runners on, but he'll step off. 2 runners are on the base pad now for Grand Island Home Federal in this top of the first inning. Aaron's at first with Ethan Foley at second, threatening to score. Great pitch from Zeiler as it's just now around the knees and in. Strike number 1. Of course, Zeiler really hasn't pitched much in his American Legion career until this year when Coach Ricky Holm gave him some more opportunities. Looked pretty good in those starts. A little grounder on over to Jack Polk. Could go for 2. And on to first. It will be in time for the double play. 6-4-3, and there's 2 down here in this top of the first inning. Beautiful play from Blaze Zeiler to get the pitch down in the zone. And then by this Nationals defense to convert the double play. And just like that, there were 2 down in this top of the first as Gabe Ruiz now comes up to bat. Ruiz, just like the rest of Grand Island Home Federal against the Nationals on Sunday, struggled to find really any production. Just 1 hit on the cards. As that off speed is way behind Ruiz. Looks like it slipped out of Zeiler's hand. Ball number 1. Grayson Sack on deck with Gage Gannon in the hole for Grand Island Home Federal here in this top of the first inning. 1 runner is in scoring position, Ethan Foley at third base. As Zeiler likes to sign from McIntyre, and he'll look to get into his windup and deliver. Another fastball, this time way in the dirt. It's ball 2 to Gabe Ruiz. Ruiz on over at first base yet again. Potentially could come in as a relief pitcher for Grand Island in this game if called upon. As Zeiler now with a 2-0 count, not in his favor, will fire into Gabe Ruiz. That one right down the center for strike number 1. It's 2-1 now to Ruiz. Zeiler getting into, or trying to find a rhythm, has been hit or miss in terms of his strike zone so far to start in this inning. The 2-1 from Zeiler. Nice windup. As swinging and missing goes Ruiz. 2-2 now. Beautiful fastball from Blaze Zeiler. Looking for the final strike of this inning to escape without letting a run come across. Still nothing to score. Zeiler will look to pitch in, but time is called as Ruiz wants to refocus in at the plate. 2-2, 2 down. Zeiler's windup is delivered. That one lined out to right field, but it will continue to be pulled foul, and we'll still stay at a 2-2 count to from Blaze Zeiler to Gabe Ruiz. Ruiz looks a little behind on the pitches so far. A lot of his swings have been late reactions. So Zeiler could potentially find a strikeout here if he plays his cards right. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one foul back to the netting. Another 2-2 count. We're up to the 6th. That was the 6th pitch. We're now on to pitch number 7 from Blaze Zeiler. It'll be interesting, though, to see if and when Zeiler does have to be relieved, who will be the person that coach goes to. 2-2. That's pulled outside on a fastball for ball 3. 3-2 the count now to Ruiz. As Blaze Zeiler looking to get the strikeout here to end this inning. 3-2 pitch. That one slowly grounded on over to Ty Hanneborg and into center field for a base hit, an RBI single from Gabe Ruiz. And Grand Island Home Federal gets on the board first with the single. They now lead 1-0 over the FNBO Nationals in this top of the first. As Grayson Sack now will check in for his first at-bats. He still has a runner on the base pads for Home Federal, being Gabe Ruiz at first base. Won't see much steal threat from Ruiz, as Zeiler will fire the first pitch in. That one squared up and fouled back to the grandstands for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. A 1-0 lead for Grand Island Home Federal here in this game number 1 of potential 2 to crown a district champion. Again, both teams guaranteed a spot in-state this weekend. Depends on who wins this tournament on where they will go. If you win, you're going to Elkhorn. If you lose, you're going to Lincoln Southwest. As that pitch is upstairs, ball number 1 from Blaze Zeiler to Grayson Sack. Gage Gannon, the designated hitter, on deck with Ethan Kostler in the hole. Zeiler likes his sign, the 1-1. That one slowly grounded on over down the third base side, foul. Strike number 2. Zeiler getting some good foul attempts and foul hits off of the batters he's been facing, but just trying to find a way to get that final out without allowing another run to come across. It's already 1-0 for Grand Island Home Federal. And Zeiler now delivers the next one. Beautifully done. Swinging and missing goes Sack. And that's how this inning comes to an end. Not before 1 run came across on 1 hit and 1 North Platte error. We're going to the bottom of the first inning. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first.
See me, Pete Foltz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals trailing Grand Island and Home Federal. 1-0 here and now the bottom of the first inning. Nationals gave up an error last inning compared to the 1 run on 2 hits, no errors on the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Again, as they now lead the ball game for the first time here today. Our half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann, the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann, the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. So those are other sponsors here for today's game. Dave's Place, Pizza and Wings. Find out more, 1510 East 4th Street. Now up to bat for the Nationals for the first time here today with Caden Johnson as he lobs one into the right field side. It goes all the way to the wall. We could be leading off with a triple, and we are. A stand-up triple from the junior Caden Johnson as he rockets one into right field. That goes all the way back to the fence line, and just like that, the Nationals are threatening to tie this game right back up. Thanks to a big hit from Caden Johnson, and now with that, up to bat, Jack Polk for the first time against Zachary Mater here today. The Nationals hitting so far in these last 18 games has just been magnificent as they look to once again continue it here as the next pitch from Mater is going to be down low for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count now to Polk. Landon Greeno on deck with Easton Jones in the hole. So here comes the next pitch. Good off-speed return from Zachary Mater. Gets it the first strike of this at-bat. 1-1 the count. As here comes another one to Jack Polk. Back-to-back off-speeds will find their way in. 1-2 now the count to the senior. As Zachary Mater looks for his first out this inning with a runner in scoring position at third. Way outside with that off speed. Did not come off the hand well, and with that, it's 1-1 the count now. Or excuse me, 2-2. As here comes that attempt from Mater. Gets the sign in from Verplank. Fouled off by Jack Polk. Still a 2-2 count now to the shortstop, Jack Polk. Caden Johnson in scoring position at third, threatening to score. Bottom of the first inning for the Nationals. 2-2. That one grounded. Foul down the third base side. Just barely scooting. Foul, and with that, still a 2-2 count. Another 2-2 attempt from Mater. Outside, ball 3. That one, good awareness from Polk not to swing. It barely snuck outside the zone, but he's able to hold back. 3-2 the count now to Jack Polk with Johnson at third. Swung on, once again foul down the third base side. So we'll still stay at 3-2. Three and two, nobody out, bottom of the first inning. 1-0 lead for Grand Island. Pitch, it's in there. Strike 3 as down goes Jack Polk looking. He thought it was just above the letters. No good, as that is the first out of this inning for the side of the FNBO Nationals, as here comes Landon Greeno now up to bat. Greeno got the start yesterday for the Nationals, or excuse me, on Sunday against Grand Island Home Federal. Picked up the victory in that contest. Still has a runner at third base being Caden Johnson. Off speed tight in from Zachary Mater for ball number 1. 0-1 the count now to the first baseman Landon Greeno. Easton Jones on deck with Dean McIntyre in the hole. Nationals would love to tie this game up as Mater delivers. Oh, it bounces off the left leg, or excuse me, the right leg of Landon Greeno, and with that, he's going to take a stroll on over to first following the hit by pitch. And with that, here comes, once again, Easton Jones. Jones with an opportunity to bring Caden Johnson home. As you'll see the first pitch from Zachary Mater, too low below the knees for ball number 1. Want to know the count now to the third baseman, Easton Jones. Greeno at first, Johnson at third. The 1-0, that one lightly chipped. That will be gloved up by the shortstop. The throw to second in time, but Easton Jones will score Caden Johnson home, a fielder's choice. Greeno almost was able to beat the throw out at second base, but just a smidge too late. And with that, here comes Dean McIntyre. The game is now tied following that beautiful hit by Easton Jones. Dean got a good RBI single in Sunday's game, as that pitch too low for ball number 1 yet again from Zachary Mater. 2 down here in this bottom of the first. Nationals now tying it up with Grand Island Home Federal 1-1. Mater glances at first to Jones as the next pitch. Once again, too far down. 2-0 now to McIntyre. Blaze Zeiler, the pitcher's on deck with Ty Hanneborg in the hole. Zeiler having himself a day on Sunday. A triple, 3 singles, and a handful of RBIs to go with it. Mater's 1-1. That one fouled off the bat of Dean McIntyre. So now it's 1-2 the count. As Zachary Mater looking for the final out of this inning to keep the damage at a minimum for Grand Island Home Federal as they allowed a run to come across this inning. The 1-2 from Mater. Swing and a miss by Dean McIntyre for strike 3. That's how this inning will come to an end. One run did come across for the Nationals. We're going to the top of the second here at Cleveland Field. We come back to the district championship, FM 98.1, AM 1410, a video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place. Whoop, whoop.
Back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals at the moment all tied up with Grand Island Home Federal in this top of the second inning of the A7 District Championship game. Again, game number 1 of a possible 2 between these two teams. Since the Nationals are the upper bracket winners, they have to only win 1 game for them to be crowned district champions. For Grand Island Home Federal, who came from the losers bracket, they have to, of course, beat the Nationals twice here with this double elimination format to be crowned district champions. Blaze Eiler back on the mound here for the side of the Nationals. We'll be facing off against Gage Gannon for the first time here today. Of course, all of our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann, the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game, Sand Hill State Bank. Most coming to Brandon Banking locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Grand, and many more. It only took 1 pitch, and there's a swing from Gage Gannon, but he lined it out there, grounded out to Easton Jones, an easy 5-3 play, and just like that, there's already 1 down here in this top of the second with Ethan Kostler now up to bat for the first time today for Grand Island Home Federal. Zeiler's pitch to Kostler. Really tight inside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Gavin Haubold is on deck with Trent Verplank in the hole for Grand Island. Good bounce back pitch from Zeiler. Fastball that's in the zone for strike number 1. It's 1-1 the count now. Next pitch from Blaze Zeiler is rocketed foul down third base. 1-2 the count. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors for Grand Island Home Federal. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error for the side of the FNBO Nationals. Top of the second in this game number 1 of the district championship. Zeiler now with his 1-2 windup. That one, just a smidge too high. It's 2-2 the count now to Zeiler. That one almost in the upper echelon of the zone, but doesn't go the way of the Nationals. And with that, 2-2 now as Zeiler gets the sign from McIntyre and fires in. Well, that one once again tight on the fastball, almost hitting one Ethan Kostler. Ball 3, 3-2 now the count. After a good start to this at bat, 1-2. Now it's worked back full, 3-2. As Zeiler gets the sign, deep breath. Here comes his 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Ryan Kostler. Strike out for 1 Blaze Zeiler, and there are 2 outs here in this top of the second as Gavin Haubold comes up to bat.
Number 15, left fielder Gavin Haubold.
First time Haubold will be facing off against the Nationals here in this tournament As Eiler's pitch into him is swung on and missed for strike number one. Zeiler starting to get into a good rhythm offensively. Specifically in this inning, as his next pitch. Off speed finds the mark. Beautifully done. 0-2 now. Haubold got locked up on that last pitch from Blaze Zeiler. Now Zeiler looking for back-to-back strikeouts here. Trent Verplank on deck for Grand Island Home Federal. Zeiler squares up, likes what he sees, takes a deep breath, and now his 1-2 pitch. That one in the turf for ball number one. Tried to go back to that off speed, but couldn't find the mark. 33 pitches for Blaze Zeiler, 20 strikes to 13 balls. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That one rocketed over to Ty Hanneborg. Easy glove, throw to first in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. Quick 1-2-3 for Blaze Zeiler. We're now moving through to the bottom of the second inning when we come back here to Cleveland Field. FM 98.1 AM 1410 and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today or go online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you'd like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals tied up with Grand Island Home Federal in this bottom of the second inning. Zachary Mader still on the mound for Grand Island Home Federal. Be facing off against Blaze Zeiler for the now first time here in today's game. Of course, saw Zeiler on Sunday when Mader came in for relief effort for the Grand Island Home Federal. So Zeiler here for the first time comes up to bat. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. He'll see a pitch in from Mader there. Strike number one at the knees. 0-1 now. Also linked to our sponsor, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005. The 0-1, make that now a quick 0-2. Right into the zone from Mader. Nobody on, nobody out in this bottom of the second inning, a 1-1 ball game. Mader gets the sign now. Here comes that 1-1 pitch. Turned on by Zeiler, going to be gloved up by Mader to the throw to first. Will be in time to Gabe Ruiz. There's out number one. This bottom of the second inning. Here comes Ty Hanneborg now. Will come up to bat and see what he can do against Zachary Mader. Nationals have only collected one hit so far, but it was a big triple from Caden Johnson into right field in his first at-bat, where he later came back home or across the base, and with that, we're now at a 1-1 ball game. Hanneborg, for the first time against Mader, will get one foul tipped off for strike number one. Next pitch. Whoa, way outside. It's like, I mean, we're in a almost whole new area code with that pitch from Zachary Mader. It's 1-1 now, the count. Mader gets the sign in from Verplank. And he'll have one hard hitly grounded to Grayson Sack at second. Throw to first will just barely be in time as well. And there's two down now in this bottom of the second. Either side going a quick 2 up, 2 down. we're really flying through this second inning with some quick motions as Ty Hannibal, after grounding out, will now bring up the left fielder, Jackson Peters. Had 2 big hits on Sunday against Hastings that helped the Nationals pick up that 4-0 victory. Didn't collect a hit versus Grand Island Home Federal in the Sunday night game. Now, for the first time here today against Mater, see what he can do. Mater got the better of Jackson Peters in the little one appearance that Jackson Peters had against Zachary Mater. Another pitch that's a little smidge outside. 2-0 now. 2-0. Make that 3-0. As Peters doing a good job of making Zachary Mater make the mistakes, and so far he has been this at-bat. 3-0. The count to the left fielder, Peters. As Mater's 3-0, make that 4-0, 4-pitch walk, that one way in the turf. And now with 2 outs, Jackson Peters will make his way on over to first with a walk.
Number 3, your right fielder.
And now things get a little dangerous for Grand Island Home Federal because we know Jackson Peters, elite speed, just like the rest of the Nationals team, one of the fastest in the state. Wouldn't be shocked if at some time in this at-bat for Tyler Townsend we see Peters go. Townsend gets to start in right field today with Blaze Zeiler starting on the mound as that first pitch for Mater is too high. Ball number 1, it's 1-0. 1-0. Peters at first, 2 down here in this bottomless second inning. As the pitch, that's going to somehow magically sneak in on the inside corner for strike number 1. 1-1 the count now with 2 down. As assistant coach Andrew Brocious has a word with Jackson Peters at first. The 1-1 from Mater. That one slowly chipped on over, gloved up by the third baseman Kostler. He'll throw it to first in time. And that's how this inning comes to an end. The Nationals did have a runner on, being Jackson Peters at first, but couldn't get anything going from that. And now we're going to make our way on over top of the third inning. Still tied 1-1. We come back here, Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com for the A7 District Championship game.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Nicole is having her favorite Runza salad.
The something ranch salad.
It's the chicken bacon ranch salad.
But you can put whatever else you want around it. I'm here for the ranch.
I'm with you. Runza's homemade ranch is perfect. It's so good. A classic.
It's literally the only reason I like salad.
Great point. Come get a salad with your ranch. Try Runza's chicken bacon ranch salad today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals are tied up with Grand Island Home Federal 1-1 as we make our way to the top of this third inning. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game. That's, of course, going to be Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte invites you to stop out and take a test drive here today. Premier Toyota, let's go places. Trent Verplank, the catcher for Grand Island Home Federal, now up to bat versus Blaze Zeiler for the first time today. After Verplank, back to the top of the order with Ethan Foley and Ian Ahrens. First pitch, a little swing on over to Jack Polk at short. Throw on into first is in time, and there's already 1 down. In this top of the third inning, a quick 1 pitch, 1 out. As Verplank goes down, better throw from Jack Polk this time around. Of course, if you remember, Jack Polk was the reason that Grand Island Home Federal, I won't say reason, but wasn't one of the main reasons with the defensive mistake
Top of the order, number 2.
in the first appearance for Ethan Foley, as Polk overthrew a ball to first that allowed Foley to get to second, and he later came around that inning. Oh, that's going to bounce right off the back of Ethan Foley from Blaze Zeiler on an off speed, and with that, Foley now scampers on over to first after being hit by pitch, and now it's Ian Ahrens up to bat. Ahrens walked in his first plate appearance for Grand Island Home Federal, has Ethan Foley at first. Top of the third, 1-1 lead for neither sides were tied. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors for Grand Island Home Federal. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error for the Nationals. Tyler's next pitch, a little grounder back to the pitcher, throw to second. Uh-oh, it goes up into center field. Now Ethan Foley's going to make his way on over to third, and that is how this game might start to ravel a little bit apart. An easy double play turns into another error for the Nationals as Blaze Zeiler throws it over the head of second baseman Ty Hanneborg. And with that, now runners at the corners once again for Grand Island Home Federal with Bronxton Barrientos. He grounded out to Jack Polk in his first plate appearance. Helped bring that run home, which was Ethan Foley at third in the top of the first. Now has runners at the corners with only 1 out here in this top of the third. Second error today for the Nationals. As Seiler's next pitch. Off speed is tight inside and low for ball 1. It's 1-0 the count now. 1-0 with 1 out. Foley at first, Foley at third, Ahrens at first. Ahrens is a steal threat. Grand Island Home Federal. As the 1-0 now from Blaze Zeiler is delivered. Smothered out to left field. I mean, it's going all the way to the fence, and it's going to hit the wall. And with that, 1 run will score, maybe even 2. They're bringing on a home Ahrens, and not even attempted that throw. The lead now expands for Grand Island Home Federal. It's now 3-1 following a stand-up double from Bronxton Barrientos.
Nice hit by Barrientos. Brings to the plate
And with
your
that,
first baseman, number 20,
a 3-1 lead now for Grand Island Home Federal over the FNBO Nationals. Second hit today for Grand Island. They are still got a runner in scoring position. Barrientos second. Gabe Ruiz singled into center field in his last plate appearance for Grand Island. Looking to bring another run home, potentially with this at-bat. Zeiler's first pitch. Off speed is upstairs, ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Barrientos in at second base. Zeiler needing to take a deep breath and not let the 2 runs that came across this inning affect the rest of his pitching this inning. There's still plenty of outs to go as that one's lined on over to Easton Jones at third. The throw to first will not be in time as it pulls one landing Carino off the first base bag. And with that, that's going to be an easy move on over to second from Gabe Ruiz. Costly mistakes yet again for the Nationals. As Ruiz now makes his way to second after a throwing error from Easton Jones at third. And now another potential runner, or 2 runners can come aboard with Grayson Sack up to bat. He struck out swinging in his first plate appearance. There's 1 out here in this top of the third. A 3-1 ball game in favor of Grand Island Home Federal. Next pitch can be fouled back behind me to the parking lot for strike number 1 to Sack. 0-1 now with 1 out still in this top of the third. 2 runs have come across for Grand Island Home Federal. As here comes the next pitch from Blaze Zeiler as he gets it in from Dean McIntyre. 0-1 now as Zeiler fires. It's there at the letters, strike number 2. 0-2 the count now on a fastball. Seiler looking for the second out of this inning. And some more momentum back in his favor to thwart the pressure that Grand Island Home Federal is applying right now. The 0-2 from Blaze Seiler. Squared up and fouled back to the parking lot again from Sack. With that, 0-2 still the count. As Grayson Sack having a battle here with Blaze Seiler. Seiler tries to find the elusive second out. The 0-2 pitch is on the way. And it's just a spit upstairs for ball number 1. 1-2 now. Seiler teetering on the edge of another strikeout with that pitch. 1-2. With 2 runners on. Gabe Ruiz at second. Bronxton Barrientos at third. A 3-1 lead for Grand Island Home Federal here in this A7 District Championship game. The 1-2. Rocketed into left field. It might go to the gap. It'll fall just in front of Jackson Peters. And with that, another run comes across for Grand Island Home Federal on their third hit. Their 4th run. It's now 4-1 in favor of Grand Island Home Federal, as now there's runners at the corners for Gage Gannon. He grounded out to Easton Jones in his first plate appearance. And here comes Andrew Barocious, the assistant coach, to have a talk with Seiler and the infield. Seiler was looking good to start this inning after a strong 1-2-3 last inning. Unfortunately, a couple of costly errors from the Nationals defense puts them in a situation now where they trail by 3 in this top of the third inning, and there could be some more runs coming across for Grand Island with runners at the corners. Ruiz at third, Grayson Sack at first. For designated hitter Gage Gannon, who now comes up to bat as the meeting gets a nice closure. We do have somebody warming up in the bullpen for the Nationals. Easton Geisler getting some warm-up action already here in this top of the third. As Seiler trying to find some rhythm back into this game in this top of the third. 4-1 lead for the number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal. 4 runs on 3 hits, no errors for Grand Island. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 errors for the Nationals. Next pitch from there to Gage Gannon's going to just get out of the reach of Jack Polk for a single as Gannon drives another run home. 4th hit today, and with that, runners now move up to second and first. Still 1 out, and now it is a 5-1 lead.
Third baseman, number 1.
Ethan Kostler now comes up to bat. He struck out swinging in his previous plate appearance against Blaze Seiler. Still 1 out here in this top of the third inning. Game 1 of the district championship game between these two teams. Kostler swings on one and gets into left field. The bases may be loaded as they're going to hold up on the charge home from Grayson Sack. And just like that, bases are now loaded to bring up Gavin Haubold. He grounded out to Ty Hanneborg in his previous plate appearance. He comes up to bat following Gavin Haubold. Trent Verplank then back to the top of the order with Ethan Foley, who started it off this inning for Grand Island Home Federal. A 5-1 lead for Grand Island here as Blaze Seiler trying to get out of this inning, only giving up 4 runs. Fouling that back is Haubold for strike number 1. 0-1 now the count. A 5-1 lead now for Grand Island. They're busted this game wide open. The 0-1 from Seiler. It's down on the turf for ball 1. Doesn't scoot far enough away from Dean McIntyre to advance any runner. So with that 1-1 the count. Still warming up. Easton Geisler, long way to go before he's ready to come in. So Seiler hoping for a ground out to ground into a double play. The 1-1 now. That's going to be fouled off the bat of Howell. It mounts right off of his left leg, and there's strike number 2. 1-2 the count now. Trent Verplank on deck, then Ethan Foley in the hole. For Grand Island Home Federal leading 5-1. Infield playing a little up, specifically Landon Greeno almost at the grass. The 1-2 from Blaze Zeiler. That's high upstairs for a ball. It's ball 2. 2-2 now. Zeiler already at 52 pitches, 33 strikes, 19 balls. He's doing a good job of putting it into the strike zone, but Grand Island getting some big hits off of those pitches. 2-2 with 1 out to Gavin Howbold. As Zeiler goes into his motion and delivers. Skied up towards Jackson Peters in left field. He's backing up at it, still going back at it. Gloved on up. Onward coming home then is Grayson Sack, and another run comes across on a sacrifice fly. It's now 6-1 the lead for Grand Island Home Federal. Now here comes Trent Verplank.
For the plate, number 5, your catcher.
Verplank grounded out to Jack Polk in his first plate appearance. Now with a 6-1 lead, Verplank looking to get one into the outfield to keep the scoring alive. Landon Greeno playing up in the grass, potentially thinking bunt. As Blaze Zeiler's first pitch, it's in the turf. Will not sneak far enough away from Dean McIntyre, but there's ball number 1. Fastball from Zeiler hits the turf. 1-0 now. Geisler still warming up in the bullpen. As here comes now the 1-0 pitch from Blaze Zeiler as he sets and fires. Slow ground that's going to be probably picked up by Jack Polk. He throws it to second. It's not in time. And reaching on the fielder's choice, Trent Verplank. And once again, the bases are now loaded, and I think they're going to call it quits as now here comes Coach Ricky Holm to go deploy probably Easton Geisler from the bullpen. Yep, and that'll do it, unfortunately, for Blaze Zeiler. In his start here today for the Nationals, Zeiler, unfortunately, 6 runs on 5 hits. Though it didn't help that the Nationals defense did give up 2 errors in this ball game. So with that, here comes right-handed pitcher Easton Geisler to take over for Blaze Zeiler as Zeiler heads to the bench. Probably most certainly to go out to maybe a position place. But for right now, it's Easton Geisler now who will be taking over on the mound. See what he can do. It'll be quite tough as, yep, here comes Tyler Townsend, it looks like, from right field. And with that, Blaze Zeiler will head out to right, where he normally stands. Now, can the Nationals and Easton Geisler specifically keep Grand Island Home Federal from putting together any more runs? 6-1 here in this top of the 3rd inning. Again, these two teams 3-0. Well, the Nationals are 3-0 in this tournament, taking down Grand Island Home Federal on Saturday. Grand Island Home Federal 3-1. They took down 5 Points Bank Hastings yesterday, 10-5. Now come into here to today's game, trying to get that district championship victory, which would potentially propel them to the American League tournament or bracket for state this Saturday. Nationals trying to thwart that, though, have a pretty monumental task ahead of them, trailing 6-1 as here comes Ethan Foley. He was hit by a pitch this inning by Blaze Zeiler, and now will come up to bat for the 2nd time in this top of the 3rd with the bases loaded and 2 down. facing off this time against Easton Geisler. Geisler going to have quite a task to go the rest of this game as well. That off-speed pitch way behind Foley for ball number 1. Geisler's first appearance here in the A7 District Tournament in relief. His next pitch at the knees in there for strike number 1. Good bounce back. It's 1-1 the count. 2 up following Foley, Ian Ahrens, and Bronxton Barrientos. The 1-1 from Easton Geisler on the way. That one rocketed in the left field. Jackson Peters going back at it, still going. He gets there at the warning track and gloves it down. That will be the final out of this inning, but not before 5 runs come across for Grand Island Home Federal. We're going to the bottom of the 5th. We come back here to the side of Cleveland Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, as always, NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals now trailing Grand Island Home Federal 6-1 in this game, number 1 of the district championship. Caden Johnson now up to bat, tripled in his first plate appearance against Zachary Mater. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey. Zachary Mater, 24 total pitches, 15 strikes alongside nine balls. Did give up the lone hit today, which was a triple from Johnson. See a curveball in for strike number 1 from Mater. 0-1 the count now. In this bottom of the 3rd inning. Again, thank you to our sponsors for today's game. Sand Hills State Bank, most committed brand in banking with locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Grand, and many more. Head to sandhillstate.com for a full list of services and locations. That pitch outside 1-1 now to Johnson. As Mater gets the sign from Verplank and fires. Well, that one going to bounce off the shoulder of Caden Johnson, and good start to this inning for the Nationals. They get a runner on board with a hit by pitch, and now here comes Jack Polk. So out goes Verplank to have a word with Mater. Polk struck out looking in his first plate appearance in the bottom of the 1st. Now here to see what he can do to help this Nationals team claw back into this game, trailing 6-1. 5 runs came across last inning. 5 runs on 5 hits, no errors. 6 runs on 5 hits. That little soft grounder will be not even attempted to throw on over to first. As Ethan Foley double pumps twice and didn't complete the throw to first. So with that, Jack Polk going to make his way on with a single, and now 2 runners are aboard for the Nationals. Landon Greeno was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance against Zachary Mater, and now with 2 runners on, things are getting a little spicy for this Nationals offense that are now starting to find some runners aboard. Wouldn't be shocked if we see a potential bunt attempt from Landon Greeno with nobody out to move the runners. As Mater gets set and fires. That pitch way outside on the fastball for ball number 1. Greeno been a huge part in this second half resurgence, turning his batting average around from below 150 to now above 400. closer to 500. That pitch below the knees from Mater for ball number 2. It's 2-0 the count. Mater's sitting at now just 30 pitches, has a 6-1 lead in favor of Grand Island Home Federal, but the Nationals knocking on the door. Potentially more runs coming across. 2-0 now. Mater delivers. Ooh, that's going to sneak barely on in for strike number 1. I mean, we're right on the line there. A hair's whisker into the zone that pitch was. That got the strike. 2-1 now with nobody out and 2 on for the Nationals. Trailing 6-1. Quite a mountain they got to do to climb back. Pitch. Skied up. Drifting towards left field. Getting up underneath it there is Howbold, and he gloves it for out number 1. So Landon Greeno pops out for the first out of this inning. So now up to bat comes Easton Jones. Jones today reached on a fielder's choice in his first plate appearance. Now with an opportunity to maybe bring some runs back. Jones having a pretty good district as he's brought home a pair of RBIs. It was pretty monstrous in the Kearney game on day 1, and then really helpful in the game against Hastings as he helped save or get the close and the save in relief for Ty Robinson. You'll see a pitch tight inside for ball 1 as the 1-0 now from Zachary Mater is on its way. As that was actually, correction, do a pickoff that gets into center field. Caden Johnson now going to take off to third, and no throw will be attempted as Longston Barrientos got there too late, and just like that, Caden Johnson will scamper to third on a passed up ball, and now there's another runner in scoring position for the Nationals. Count still sits at 1-0 now with 2 runners on at the corners. Polk at first, Johnson at third. 1 down to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Pitch, there goes Jack Polk. Throw on over to second is going to be win time. So they're not going to get Jack Polk. As now out comes Kirby Wells to have a talk with the second base umpire. It looked like Jack Polk got easily tagged out as the throw was there in plenty of time, but it looked like Polk kind of swim moved over it. And with that, a run comes home on the double steal, and Jack Polk successfully will steal second as Caden Johnson will steal second, or steal home, correction. So Wells having a long conversation with the second base umpire, and they will still hold the call. And with that, it's now a 6-2 lead in favor of Grand Island Home Federal. We're still at a 1-1 count to Easton Jones, as they have Jack Polk in scoring position at second. 1-1 now with 1 out. As Mater will get the sign in from Verplank. And now fire his 1-1 in. Way in the turf, it gets away from Verplank. The throw to third will be in time, but will pull the third baseman Ethan Kostler off the bag. And with that, Jack Polk successfully slides into third. 2-1 the count now to Jones, as he's potentially could bring Jack Polk home on a single here. And then cut this lead in half. He swings and fouls one off. Strike number 2. As Easton Jones in a big situation here, looking to bring a runner home for the Nationals and cut this lead in half. We'll see one down in the turf for ball 3. It's 3-2 now as Zachary Mater starting to struggle a little bit with his command of the pitches. Potentially could be walking Easton Jones. The 3-2 pitch fouled off by Jones, so we'll still stay at 3-2. That pitch in the zone, but Jones did a great job of getting some slight contact on it to keep this at-bat alive. 3-2 the count with 1 out. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Nationals trail 6-2 to Grand Island Home Federal. Next pitch. That one, slight chopper on over to Ethan Foley. Throw to first will be in time, but that will bring Jack Polk on home. So with 2 down now, this lead has been cut in half by the Nationals. 6-3 the lead now for Grand Island Home Federal. As Dean McIntyre, who struck out swinging, now appears for his second plate appearance. Nationals now have cut this lead down to just 3. 6-3 is the first pitch from Mater to McIntyre is in there for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. Nobody on, 2 down, bottom of the third. The pitch fouled off by Dean for strike number 2. It's 2-2 the count now with Blaze Eiler on deck and Ty Hanneborg in the hole. Mater gets set with his 0-2 pitch, 2-1, McIntyre. He's going to once again hit that one, and they're going to say it's fouled off. Home plate official calls it a little late, but it's a foul ball. 0-2 yet again to Dean McIntyre, the catcher. Two down, McIntyre trying to keep this inning alive for FNBO and potentially give the Nationals an opportunity to keep cutting into this lead. Mater's 0-2 pitch to Dean McIntyre delivered. That one launched up into right field, shallow, as Aarons gets under it and gloves it for out number 3. Though 2 runs did come across for the Nationals. They just trail by 3. We come back here to Cleveland Field, 6-3. Now the lead for Grand Island Home Federal here at FM 98.1 and 1410 video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always something right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings. The Sinclair Dino Pay saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Quick Stop.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Welcome back here to 1 Cleveland Field. Nationals at the moment are trailing Grand Island Home Federal here in this top of the 4th inning. 6-3, 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors for Grand Island Home Federal. 3 runs on 1 hit and 2 errors for the FNBO Nationals. 3 errors, counting the one from Easton Jones an inning and a half ago, or a full inning ago, correction. Easton Geisler on the mound now for his first full inning of work. Will be going up against, for his first batter he'll see today, or his first batter this inning, Ian Aarons. Walked and reached on an error so far in his first 2 appearances, now on his 3rd. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. His location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Alongside our other sponsors here for today's game, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005, located on 905 South Willow Street. Following Aaron's, Bronxton Barrientos, then Gabe Ruiz. Pitch fouled off by Aaron's for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. As Barrientos again hit a big double over Caden Johnson in his last plate appearance that gave the lead to Grand Island Home Federal. That one chopped right back to Geisler. Good glove, and he'll throw it on over to first for out number 1. Down goes Aarons with the ground down, and now Bronxton Barrientos will appear. He doubled again in his last plate appearance to score 2 runs over Caden Johnson and grounded out to Jackson Polk in his first. Gabe Ruiz on deck with Grayson Sack in the hole. First pitch into Barrientos from Geisler is in the turf. Ball number 1. 1-0 now the count. In this top of the 4th inning, Geisler delivers. Oh, that bounces off the shoulder of Bronxton Barrientos. And now it might have been his face too. It was in that face-shoulder area. Looks like it'll be the shoulder. He'll now stroll on over to first following the hit by pitch as the staff for Grand Island will go over and have a look with Bronxton Barrientos. Following that hit by pitch, Gabe Ruiz up to bat. He reached on an error in his second plate appearance, then singled in his first as Barrientos taking his sweet time. Of course, with that is now McIntyre having a word with Geisler. And as well, here comes Landon Greeno. Might have bounced off his shoulder, then into his face. As he's getting the look at from Kirby Wells. Looks like all is okay as he's still on the field walking. And with that, we'll get back to play. 6-3 lead for Grand Island Home Federal here in this district championship game. Bronxton Barrientos at first. Gabe Ruiz up to bat, 1 out here in this top of the 4th inning. 6-3 lead, 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors for Grand Island Home Federal. 3 runs, 1 hit, 3 errors for the Nationals. And Ruiz 1 for 2, the first baseman, trying to avoid a double play to end the inning. As Geisler now going to have to shake off that last at bat and move on to the next one here. As his first pitch in to Ruiz. In there, strike number 1. Good pitch from Easton Geisler. 1 out, top of the 4th. Geisler takes a glance at first base. Now it's 0-1. Rocketed just out of the reach of Jack Polk's glove, and that's another single. Grand Island Home Federal, they'll have 2 runners aboard now with Gage Gannon up to bat. Gannon singled the gap between Caden Johnson and Jackson Peters. His last plate appearance, Grayson Sack singled into the gap in left center. Gage Gannon's on deck with Ethan Kostler in the hole. Gabe Ruiz at first with Bronxton Barrientos at second. Landon Greeno now walking into the grass, expecting a bunch that's going to bounce off the shoulder of Grayson Sack. And now the bases are loaded once again here for Gage Gannon. He singled past Jack Polk in his first appearance, in his second appearance today, and rounded out to Easton Jones. And now with the bases loaded for Gage Gannon, Easton Geisler once again on the mound in a tough situation for the Nationals as they have the bases loaded and only 1 out. Pitch. Good curve from Geisler in there, strike number 1. Nationals so far today have had many chances defensively where the bases have been loaded, and they've worked out pretty okay from some of them, but at top of the 3rd when they gave up 5 runs, an indication of a struggle when they came around a second time. That pitch in the turf, ball 1, 1-1 the count now. One and one with 1 out. Geisler delivers. That pitch going to get just a little bit away from Dean McIntyre for ball number 2. As it hit the turf, 2-1 now. On over at first, Sack. Ruiz at second, and Bronxton Barrientos at third. Still a 6-3 lead for Grand Island Home Federal. The 1-1 pitch to Sack. He rockets one, foul down the third base side. Strike 2. As designated hitter Gage Gannon played catcher on Sunday, now gets the day off defensively. 6-3 lead for Grand Island. Oh, that one's tight inside, almost hitting Gannon. It's ball number 3, 3-2. A walk would score a run for Grand Island Home Federal. This There's nobody warming up the bullpen for the Nationals. Coach Holm looking to make as little pitching changes in this day as he can, with State just around the corner on Saturday. The 3-2 pitch from Geisler. That one foul tipped off by Gage Gannon off the face mask of Dean McIntyre, so time will be called for a little bit to give McIntyre some time. 3-2 the count. With one out here, bases still loaded for Grand Island Home Federal. Zach has some good speed that could bring him to some more opportunities on the base pads past first if he gets one to the outfield. 3-2, and that's ball 4 as that's way behind Gannon. And now Zach will move his way up to second, Gannon to first, Ruiz to third, and another run comes across. It's 7-3. With only one out here in this
third baseman, number 1,
top of the fourth inning, Ethan Kostler up to bat. He singled in the left field. His last plate appearance, yet again, has the bases loaded. Grand Island Home Federal against Easton Geisler. The pitch. That one's tight inside, almost hitting Kostler. Following Ethan Kostler, Gavin Howbold, and then Trent Verplank for Grand Island Home Federal in this game number 1. A potential 2 to crown a district champion. Next pitch. A good bounce back pitch from Geisler. It's going to find the zone 1-1. With one out here, top of the fourth. Geisler so far at 18 pitches, 9 strikes and 9 balls. The 1-1. Way upstairs on an off speed. Did not get really any of the pitch he wanted on it. 2-1 now the count. Good jump from Dean McIntyre to haul it in. 7-3 the lead. Next pitch from Easton Geisler, the 2-1. Tight inside once again on a fastball. 3-1 the count. Looking to see potentially who coach could bring in for relief effort. Maybe Easton Jones only did 1 inning against Hastings the other day. Ooh, what a great pitch from Geisler. Now puts the count at 3-2 to Ethan Kostler. As Nationals searching for that second out of this inning with the bases loaded. A strikeout here would be huge for their efforts. As the 3-2 pitch from Easton Geisler to Ethan Kostler. Skied straight up, but it's going to fall right behind our press box for another foul ball. With that, bases loaded. Still 7-3 lead. 3-2 count to Ethan Kostler, the shortstop. As here it comes again from Easton Geisler. Rocking it out to left field. It could go all the way to the fence if it stays fair, but doesn't. It goes foul. Looking to see who's warming up in the bullpen for the Nationals. Looks like that might be Tommy Haggart. Maybe warming up. I think number 19, Haggart, getting some action as I go look at our score sheet. Or it could be Gabe Moreno, as that pitch can be fouled off once again from Kostler. So I believe it's either Gabe Moreno or Tommy Haggart out there warming up. It looks like it's 19. That's Gabe Moreno. 3-2 the count with a 1 out here in this top of the fourth inning. Geisler's pitch. That one a little popped up. Easton Jones easily gets under it and gloves it for out number 2. Big, huge out there for Easton Geisler. Really needed in the Nationals' efforts to not have any more runs come across with the bases loaded.
At bat, left fielder number 15.
This top of the fourth inning. So 2 down now. As Gavin Howbold comes up, he's 0 for 1 today. Grounded out in his first plate appearance to Hanneborg. Then sacrifice flew out to Jackson Peters. He'll now sky out to Caden Johnson in center field as he gets under it and gloves it. With the bases loaded, only 1 run came across for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. We're going to the bottom of the fourth when we come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Well, back here, Cleveland Field, Nationals trailing Grand Island Home Federal 7-1 here in this bottom of the fourth inning. Still Zachary Mater on the mound. Grand Island Home Federal, 7 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the side of Grand Island Home Federal, compared to the 3 runs, only 1 hit for the Nationals. 3 errors on their side, 3 of those errors costing the Nationals big in those innings where runs came across. Happening Breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Pea. Those are other sponsors here for today's game. Dave's Place Pizza Wings. You'll find out more, 1510 East 4th Street. Blaze Zeiler now up to bat for the second time today for the side of the FNBO Nationals. Pitcher who started out this game now in right field, grounded out to Zachary Hayter in his first attempt. We'll see pitch just too high for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count now. As here comes the next pitch. Too low this time on another one from Mater. Fastball in the turf. 2-0. There's the 2-0 pitch from Mater. Now making it 3-0 as it's outside again. This happened last inning for the side of Grand Island Home Federal, where Zachary Mater got off to a rough start, and his leadoff batter staring down that once again here with Blaze Zeiler. But we'll bounce back with a strike into the zone. 3-1 now the count. 3-1 with nobody out. 7-3 lead for the Nationals. Excuse me, for Grand Island Home Federal, as that's a walk. That pitch won't too low for Zeiler. It's now another runner on the base pads, and it's the speedster Blaze Zeiler. As here comes Ty Hanneborg. This time around, he grounded out to Grayson Sack in his first plate appearance for the Nationals. Again, trailing 7-3 in this bottom of the fourth inning. As coming on for next pitch, piece of action from Ty Hanneborg, as that was thrown right behind him. 1-0 the count. On deck, Jackson Peters for the Nationals with Tyler Townsend in the hole. Probably going to be Blaze Zeiler for Townsend. As there goes, what thought about going was Zeiler, as he'll now skirt his way back over to first. Correction, it will be Tyler Townsend, as Blaze Zeiler was the pitcher. He's still out there. As time will be called, Kirby Wells going to go have a talk with Mater, as another pitch fell behind Ty Hanneborg. There is action in the bullpen for Grand Island Home Federal. The person that'll be warming up in their bullpen, Gage Gannon, is taking some pitching warm-ups. Gannon, of course, the designated hitter today for Grand Island. Played catcher on Sunday. Trent Verplank taking over the catching position in the role today. So Hanneborg staring down the barrel of a 2-0 count with nobody out in this bottom of the fourth. Zeiler on over at first. 7-3 the lead for Grand Island Home Federal. Nationals trying to work their way back into this game. Slowly but steadily. There goes Zeiler. Pitch way down low. Verplank's throw on over to second. Not in time. As just barely Zeiler will make it to second. That's now a 3-0 count from Zachary Mater to Ty Hanneborg. And now Zeiler is in scoring position at second base. As Zeiler going to take a minute to catch his breath and now get ready. 3-0 the count from Mater to Ty Hanneborg. 0 for 1 is Ty. Would love to get one to the outfield to bring Zeiler home. Mater's 3-0 pitch. It's out there, ball 4, and another runner gets on for the Nationals with Jackson Peters now up to bat. Peters walked in his first plate appearance against Mater. Now with 2 runners aboard who will potentially steal third and first. Or excuse me, third and second. Because you know Coach Holm not going to play it safe on the base pads. Will look to have Jackson Peters apply maybe either the bunt or a fake bunt to get the runners moving. Mater will get the sign in from Verplank, and here comes his first pitch in. It's outside for ball number 1. Or if you're Coach Holm, you play, I want to say play it safe, you just do nothing and have Zachary Mater make all the mistakes, as he's really struggling to find the zone here this inning. 2 runners on at first and second. Another pitch that's outside. 2-0 the count. Still warming up. Gage Gannon down in the Grand Island bullpen. Zeiler at second. Hanneborg at first. Infield playing for a bunt. Ruiz at first on the grass, as well as Ethan Kostler at third. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Jackson Peters, as stepping off goes Mater. 2-0 still to the young man. Getting his first senior district appearances here, as another pitch from Mater is outside. That is now 8 pitches from Zachary Mater have all been outside. As Gannon looks to be almost done with his warm-ups in the bullpen. Mater 1 pitch away from loading the bases. As here comes the pitch as Peters pulls back. Oh, we're going to call it for a strike. So with that, Jackson Peters has to go back to the plate. It looked way above the lettering, but home plate umpire says it's strike number 1, 3-1 now to the young man. As Mater once again will fire it into Jackson Peters. And there's ball 4. It just was 1 pitch later. And with that, the bases are loaded, and out comes Kirby Wells, and that'll probably do it for Zachary Mater. They'll go to the bullpen to bring on Gage Gannon now. As Mater finishes his day, 55 pitches, 27 strikes, 28 balls. As Gage Gannon now takes over. Logan Hayes will now be pinch hitting for Tyler Townsend. I think a good change, as Hayes so far this tournament has collected a couple of big hits, had that big double against Kearney Misco Sports in the first game of this A7 district tournament, all the way back on Friday. That brought 2 runs across. Now with the bases loaded, what can Logan Hayes do? Caden Johnson's on deck, Jack Polk in the hole. Hey, there's still nobody out here in this bottom of the 4th inning. You know, it kind of felt like Grand Island Home Federal had taken control of this game at one point, being up 6-1, and Nationals again showing no quit, have the bases loaded as right-handed pitcher Gage Gannon now will make an appearance. Nasty fastball Gannon has had this season. But the Nationals not afraid of anybody, with an opportunity here with the bases loaded to keep cutting into this lead. If somehow, some way, Logan Hayes hits a home run, the game will not be tied. It would be, actually it would be tied, correction, my bad math. It would be a 7-7 ball game. Nationals, a team that really doesn't have as much power as they have had in the previous seasons. Jack Polk probably being their biggest power hitter statistically this season. But now Logan Hayes, the sophomore, will make an appearance as a pinch hitter for Tyler Townsend in this situation. Nobody out. Bases loaded. They'll be facing off against Gage Gannon, the relief pitcher for Zachary Mader, who this inning has really struggled with his control. Now the question becomes, how is the Nationals going to respond to this pitching change? So far, they've been trying to keep themselves afloat in this ball game. And if they lose, we'll go to a second game in this district championship matchup. If they win, the Nationals will then be crowned district champions. As Gage Gannon almost finished up with his pitches. Again, bases are loaded. Jackson Peters at first. Ty Hanneborg at second. Blaze Zeiler at third. So a lot of speed on the bullpen for the Nationals. As here comes Gage Gannon taking over for Zachary Mader. Logan Hayes will be up to bat for, again, the first time here today, pinch hitting for Tyler Townsend. Logan Hayes has had some massive hits with runners in scoring position, not just this district tournament, but all season long, ever since he got the nod to really be up full-time with the seniors. Now facing the hard-throwing right-handed pitcher, Gage Gannon. Pretty nasty fastball. His first pitch is a fastball, and it's down low for ball number one. Gannon reminds me a lot of Easton Jones, maybe with less control. Jones has a pretty nasty fastball, but sometimes when he tries to put it at full bore, he misses the zone. 1-0 the count now to Logan Hayes as here comes the pitch. Oh, it's going to sneak away from the catcher there for Plankin with that. One run is going to score for the Nationals. As Blaze Zeiler comes home on a mistake from Gage Gannon and Trent Verplank. As that passed up ball brings some runs across, and it's now a 7-4 lead for Grand Island Home Federal. This game is getting closer and closer together. 7-4. Nationals still only accrued one hit this game. Gannon's 2-0 pitch to Logan Hayes. It's in there on a fastball for strike one. 2-1 the count now to the sophomore. Due up next, Caden Johnson, then Jack Polk. So still the scary part of the order for the Nationals. As Gannon with his 2-1. Swing and a miss by Hayes on one that was in the turf. 2-2 the count. Here comes a 2-2 pitch from Gage Gannon to Logan Hayes. On its way. Swing and a miss by Hayes for first strikeout for Gage Gannon. And the first out of this bottom of the fourth inning. With runners at second and third, here comes Caden Johnson for the now third time today. Tripled in his first plate appearance against Zachary Mader, then was hit by a pitch in his second at bat. Now for his third, what can he do with two runners on? Fastball way down low, ball one. Hanneborg at third, Jackson Peters at second. Jack Polk, then Landon Greeno are due up next, as there is a little bit of light throwing close to the bullpen for the Nationals. I think that's Easton Jones getting some light throws in. As next pitch from Gannon's there for strike one. 1-1 the count now. As Gannon gets set and fires in. Swing, popped up, drifting on over to Gabe Ruiz at first base. He runs under it, gets there and gloves it for out number two. Now here comes Jack Polk up to bat for the potential last time this inning for the Nationals. Still runners in scoring position at second and third. Polk did single in his last plate appearance past Ethan Foley. Did struck out looking in his first, though, against Zachary Mader. As Gage Gannon, the new pitcher in for Grand Island Home Federal, sets and will fire his first pitch into Polk. That one rocketed into right field, but getting underneath it, Aarons, and he gloves it for out number three, and that's how this inning comes to an end. Nationals did accrue one run to come across. They'll now go to the top of the fifth, trailing 7-4. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 AM 1410 and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
See me, Pete Foltz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
We're back here at Cleveland Field. We're now in the top of the 5th inning. Nationals trailing Grand Island Home Federal 7-4 with still on the mound being Easton Geisler. Our half-inning breaks brought to you apart by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Along with our other sponsors here for today's game, Sand Hill State Bank. Most committed brand to be banking with locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Graham, and many more. Head to sandhillstate.com for a full list of services and locations. As Trent Verplank now comes up to bat, grounded out in his first plate appearance, but did reach on a fielder's choice in his second. We'll be facing off against Easton Geisler as he skies that up into the heavens. Onwards comes Jackson Peters, and he gloves it easily for out number one. One pitch, one swing, and one out. So Ethan Foley, for what now will be his 4th plate appearance today, reached on an error in his first plate appearance, hit by a pitch in his second, then flew out to Jackson Peters deep into left field in his third, and with one out here in this top of the 5th, see what damage he can do. Pitch upstairs from Easton Geisler. Ball number 1. Following Foley, Ian Ahrens, and Bronxton Barrientos. Part of the order that's been doing some damage for Grand Island Home Federal today. Next pitch that's off speed from Geisler is down low in the zone and in the turf actually for ball 2. Still a 7-4 lead. Grand Island Home Federal here on top of the 5th. Next pitch from Geisler is going to be bouncing off of the shoulder pad, or elbow pad correction here of Ethan Foley, and with that he'll go to first with a hit by pitch, and now there's a runner at first base for Grand Island Home Federal with one out. Ian Ahrens. Here comes his now 4th plate appearance. Walked in his first, reached on an error in his second, then grounded out in his third. We'll see a pitch from Easton Geisler that's below the knees for ball number 1, 1-0 the count. And game number 1 of a potential 2 today, as the 1-0 from Easton Geisler. Way outside, it's 2-0 the count now to Ahrens. Again, Easton Jones was getting some action lightly in the, not the actual bullpen area, but close to the dugout last half inning for the Nationals. Foley at first, as the 2-0 now delivered. Off speed, way too tight inside around the turf area. It's 3-0 the count now. It's from Easton Geisler to Ian Ahrens with one out here. This top of the 5th, again a 7-4 lead for Grand Island Home Federal. Runner at first being Ethan Foley. Next pitch to Ahrens. Good bounce back from Geisler. It's there. Strike number 1, 3-1 the count now. Bronxton Barrientos, the center fielder, on deck with first baseman Gabe Ruiz in the hole. And this first 4 batters for Grand Island Home Federal have been doing the most damage to the Nationals defense today. 3-1. Yeah, oh, just a smidge outside. Ball 4. And on over to first goes Ian Ahrens. Here comes Bronxton Barrientos. 1 for 2 today. Grounded out in his first plate appearance to Jack Polk. doubled over the head of Caden Johnson in his second, but was hit by a pitch in his third. As warming up once again, it looked like Gabe Moreno for the side of the FNBO Nationals. As here comes the first pitch from Easton Geisler in. It's in the turf, but won't bounce too far away from Dean McIntyre. Ball number 1, 1-0 the count. 7-4 lead for Grand Island Home Federal. 2 runners on with 1 out. Barrientos now will receive the pitch from Easton Geisler. Beautiful curve in there. Strike 1. 1-1 the count now. With 1 out. Aaron's at first. Ethan Foley at second. So there is an opportunity to turn a double play. As here comes the 1-1 from Easton Geisler to Bronxton Barrientos. Smashed into left field. It's going pretty deep. All the way at the warning track, and it's going to bounce up over Caden Johnson. 1 run scores. Here comes 2 runs as another double from Bronxton Barrientos comes around. And just like that, it's now a 9-4 lead. A bases clearing RBI double from Bronxton Barrientos.
Double scores 2 RBIs, bringing to the plate.
Towards the 7th hit today for Grand Island Home Federal. Second double today for Barrientos, and another handful of runs come home. Nationals have done a good job of slowly trying to eke their way back into this game, but stumble upon their own footing defensively. As I say that, Ruiz skies one up. Underneath it gets Dean McIntyre. Finds it and gloves it for out number 2. So 2 are down now in this top of the 5th inning.
Nice play behind the plate.
As up to bat
McIntyre.
comes Grayson Sack. Hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance by
number 11, Grayson
Blaze
Sack.
Zeiler. Or excuse me, Easton Geisler. So with that, a 9-4 lead for Grand Island Home Federal is the pitch. Softly hit, but it'll fall into the parking lot for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. Still at second base, Bronxton Barrientos. As the 0-1 from Geisler is delivered into Sack. It's going to sneak its way in. I don't agree with that call, but it sneaks in. That one was way low, almost touching the turf. It's ball. It's strike 2. It's 0-2 now, the count to Grayson Sack. As a runner at second, still Barrientos threatening to score for Grand Island. The 0-2 pitch from Geisler. Once more lightly hit and foul back to the parking lot. Still an 0-2 count. 2 down here, top of the 5th inning. If the Nationals somehow can't find a way to get back in this game, we're going to a game 2 here, this district championship. As here comes Geisler's 0-2 pitch to Sack. Way upstairs, ball 1. 1-2 the count now. 1-2, 2 down. Easton Geisler trying to find the last out. Another off speed, that's too tight inside. Ball 2, 2-2 the count now. 2 down, 2 outs. 2-2 the count. Runner at second being Barrientos. The pitch. Oh, it bounces off the shoulder of Grayson Sack. And with that, he'll stroll on over to first base to put another runner aboard for Grand Island Home Federal. And now Gage Gannon, the new pitcher for Grand Island Home Federal, will take over up to bat. Walked in his last plate appearance, singled in his second over Jack Polk, but they ground out to Easton Jones in his third. As Easton Geisler now steps and will fire in his first pitch to Gannon. Another curveball that is too close to the head of Gannon for ball number 1. One 1-0. Low and away on another pitch from Geisler. Good glove by Dean McIntyre. Gabe Moreno still warming up in the bullpen. Coach Holm is in the dugout for the Nationals right now, trying to figure out when Moreno's ready to go. 2 runners on the base pads at second and first. Grand Island Home Federal. Geisler's pitch. Smothered on over to Jack Polk. It bounces out of his glove. 1 run's going to come across. Probably, maybe, I wouldn't say a second, but 1 run does come across as Buxton Barrientos makes it home. That ball just took a nasty bounce out of Jack Polk's glove. And with that, runners are at the corners now for Grand Island Home Federal, leading now 10-4.
Riley Plummer.
As Riley Plummer now is on over at first. Ethan Kostler now is up to bat. He flew out in his last plate appearance. To Easton Jones. As runners at the corners, Plummer at first, Sack at third. 10-4 lead. That one in the turf will not get far enough away from Dean McIntyre to move any of the batters. Moreno still finishing up his warm-up pitches as Geisler glances at first. And now ready to rock and roll into Ethan Kostler. The 1-0. Swing and a miss by Kostler for strike number 1. It's 1-1 the count now. A 10-4 lead for Grand Island Home Federal here in this top of the 5th inning. As the 1-1 with 2 down on its way. And make that 2-1 as it pulls McIntyre off the bag. 2-1. Stowe 2 outs in this inning. Big at bat for the Nationals here. Kostler having a relatively tough day today. Only accrued 1 hit so far. There goes the runner, Plummer. Tight inside to Ethan Kostler, almost hitting his forehead. There's ball 3, is on over to second, goes Plummer. So now we're staring down a potential opportunity of another bases loaded situation for Grand Island Home Federal, up 10-4. Swung on over to Jack Polk. It goes right through his glove yet again, takes a nasty bounce off of it. And with that, 2 runs come across, and Kostler gets on over to first. And now it is a 12-4 game in favor of Grand Island Home Federal with 2 outs here in this still top of the 5th inning. As Gavin Haubold comes up, this could be a little bit of relief for the Nationals as he so far 0 for 2. Grounded out in his first plate appearance. Sacrifice flew out to left field in his second and flew out to Caden Johnson in his third. See a pitch from Easton Geisler, too low below the knees, ball 1. 1-0. Kostler at first. A 12-4 lead. That's outside for ball number 2. It's 2-0 the count. We've hit run rule territory now for the side of Grand Island Home Federal as they lead 12-4 over the Nationals. Kostler at first. The pitch from Easton Geisler on its way. Way upstairs and outside. Ball 3. 3-0 the count now to Haubold. 3-0 with 2 down in this inning. As Easton Geisler trying to find that last little bit of juice to get out of this inning. And that's upstairs, ball 4. And now out comes head coach Ricky Holm to have a talk with Easton Geisler and probably actually bring in Gabe Moreno. And he will bring in Gabe Moreno. The Nationals trailing 12-4 here in this ball game. 12 runs on 9 hits, 1 error. Grand Island Home Federal, 4 runs on 1 hit, 3 errors for the Nationals. As here comes the senior Moreno to get his first real relief pitching action in this district tournament. As Nationals now gone through 3 pitchers here in this game. Moreno, Geisler, as well as Blaze Zeiler. So I'm trying to scratch my head at who potentially could start next game. And if the plan still is from Coach Holm to have Jack Polk start on either Friday or Saturday, depending on where they go, whether in Elkhorn or Lincoln Southwest, for districts, they might start actually maybe Easton Jones. Jones really only pitching effort came in relief, so he is available as a starting option. As Moreno getting some warm-up pitches. Good to see Gabe Moreno out there on the mound specifically. Haven't seen much of him in terms of overall hitting, such a deep seniors roster. But getting now some plate appearances as a pitcher in this contest. So, as Moreno finishing up his pitches here for the side of the Nationals, we got still 2 runners on for Grand Island Home Federal. So Gavin Houbold on over at first with Ethan Kostler at second base. Again, we're in run rule territory now, a 12-4 lead in favor of Grand Island Home Federal. Again, the winner of this game, whether it be Grand Island Home Federal, which is in the driver's seat, would force a second game immediately after this one for a chance at the district championship. Since, again, Grand Island comes from the loser's bracket, and double elimination, you have to beat the upper bracket winner twice. Nationals, the upper bracket representative, now in a bit of a hole, trailing 12-4, as up now comes Trent Verplank. He's 0 for 3 today. On over at first, Houbold, and then Ethan Kostler at second. So the Nationals could get out of this inning, only giving up the 5 runs. As first pitch from Moreno in there for strike number 1 to Verplank. Again, Nationals need to answer with a run of their own to get out of this run rule next inning, or the game's over. Swung on a little groupler that just drives past Easton Jones. That'll score maybe 2 runs as Jackson Peters gloves it up, but only 1 run will come across. But now the lead gets even bigger. It's now 13-4 as the runners advance over to second and third base. Houbold the third. And then on over to second goes for Plank.
Grand Island Home Federal, top of the order.
So Ethan Foley now comes up. Leadoff batter for the side of Home Federal as Moreno's pitch in there. Strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. 13 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for Grand Island Home Federal. 4 runs, 1 hit, 3 errors for the Nationals, and that bounces off the back of Foley. And with that, he'll stroll on over to first base as Ian Ahrens now is up to bat. He's 0 for 2 today.
Right fielder number 9.
Walked in his first plate appearance, errored in his second, grounded out in his third, and walked in his fourth. So now here comes, again, Ian Ahrens with the bases loaded. Facing off against Gabe Moreno as his first pitch is just outside for ball number 1. As that next pitch just down low again, 2-0 to Ahrens. As that one is skied up into left field and will drift out of play for strike number 1 from Gabe Moreno. Bronxton Barrientos on deck with Gabe Ruiz in the hole. Bases loaded here. And Moreno's 2-1 pitches outside for ball 3. 3-1 now. Still 2 outs here in this top of the 5th inning. 6 runs have come across. 13-4 lead. Moreno delivers. It's outside ball 4. And another run comes across. It's now 14-4. As following Ahrens' walk, Bronxton Barrientos He doubled in his last plate appearance for Grand Island Home Federal. Now up here with a potential opportunity to bring some more runs home. As first pitch from Moreno into Barrientos. Swung on and grounded foul down the third base side for strike number 1. Oh and 1 with 2 down. Moreno has the bases loaded here, trying to stop the bleeding that's going on right now for the Nationals. Here comes the 0-1. That one's in the turf for ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. Moreno tried to go to an off speed, but just not enough power on it, and with that, it's 1-1 the count with 2 outs. As Moreno fires into Bronxton Barrientos. Smothered out to left field. It's going to get down for another base hit. 1 run comes across. Another run will come across. They're going to bring him home. No, they won't. That's a stand-up double again for Barrientos. As 2 more runs come across. And with that, 16-4 the lead for Grand Island Home Federal. As here comes Gabe Ruiz, 2 for 4 today. He last flew out in his previous plate appearance. Again, this is game number 1. We're most certainly moving to a second game here. Nationals trailing 16-4. Beautiful curve from Moreno there. Strike number 1. Excuse me. Yep, strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. As Moreno's 0-1. Skied and fouled back behind the press box. It's 0-2 now. Top of the 5th inning, a 16-4 lead. Grand Island Home Federal in this game number 1 of the district tournament. As Moreno now with his 0-2. Oh, and it's going to bounce off the shoulder of one Gabe Ruiz, and on over to the first goes Ruiz to load the bases back up again for Grayson Sack.
Second baseman, number 11, Grayson Sack.
Sack today 1 for 2, struck out swinging in his first plate appearance, singled in his second, and then in his last 2 at-bats was hit by a pitch. As here comes Moreno, tight inside for ball 1. 1-0 the count with the bases loaded. 16-4, 16 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for for Grand Island Home Federal. 4 runs on 1 hit and 3 errors for the Nationals. That one gets into left field. Another run comes across and another one. So 2 more come across from Garrison Sack. 2-run single to left. The lead just ever expanding for Grand Island Home Federal. 18-4 now. Still 2 outs here in this top of the 6th inning. 9 runs have come across in this inning alone. Grand Island Home Federal. As Moreno will now glance at second. Gabe Ruiz is at second as his pitch is upstairs. Ball number 1 to Gage Gannon, who's 2 for 3 today. It's now his 4th at-bat. As Moreno now look to fire his 1-0. Smashed out to left field. That's going high into the sky. Jackson Peters getting back at it. He gets there, and he drops the baseball at the warning track. 1 run comes across. 2 maybe come across. There will be 2 as a throw on over to second will get Gannon back. An error by Jackson Peters in left field as he had to really hoof for it. Brings 2 more runs across, and with that, it's a now 20-4 lead for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Really taking all of their anger and frustration out after losing to the Nationals in the upper bracket of Sunday's game. As next pitch gets in for strike number 1 to Ethan Kostler. As he makes another appearance in this inning. Runner at second being Riley Plummer. He skies one up. This could be catchable. Dean McIntyre runs on to get it. He can't glove it as he can't haul it in close to the fence line. There's strike number 2. As Moreno will now look to find the final strike of this inning to get out of it and stop the bleeding for the Nationals as they trailed 20-0, or excuse me, 20-4. Pitch. That one slowly dribbled and foul. Down the third base side. Still 0-2 the count. As the 0-2 pitch from one Gabe Moreno. It's in the turf there for ball number 1. 1-2 the count now to Kostler. As Moreno looks for his final strike of this inning. Gets the sign and delivers. Foul down the third base side. 1-2 still the count to Ethan Kostler, the third baseman. One and two. 2 runners on. Pitch. Another curveball. It's too low. 2-2. The count from Gabe Moreno to Ethan Kostler. Still 2 outs, top of the 5th inning. 20-4 the lead. As Moreno now will call time, and Coach going to have Dean McIntyre go out and have a word with Gabe Moreno to have him have a deep breath and focus in here on this 2-2 count. 20-4 in favor again of Grand Island Home Federal in this top of the 5th inning. As Moreno glances at second. Here comes his 2-2. Smashed high into left field. Jackson Peters getting up underneath it here. He gets there and gloves it. And that's how this inning comes to an end. We now go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Nationals will have to carve out quite a offensive session here in this bottom of the 5th to keep the game alive. We'll have that. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals trailing Grand Island Home Federal here in Game 1 of the District A7 Championship match, 20-4. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. 20 runs on 12 hits, 1 error for one Grand Island Home Federal. 4 runs, 1 hit, 4 errors for the side of the FNBO Nationals, as the batter that will be up to bat here following the last out from one Grand Island Home Federal will be Landon Greeno. Greeno so far today 0 for 1, hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance, then flew out in his second. As Gage Gannon, who's the pitcher, now fires in. Pitches upstairs on a fastball for ball number 1. Following Greeno, Easton Jones then Dean McIntyre. As that next pitch, tight inside, ball number 2 to Landon Greeno. 2-0 with nobody out. Gannon gets the sign in from Verplank and fires. Check swing, but that fastball signals himself in from the home plate umpire. 2-1 now the count. Two and one as here comes next pitch from Gannon. Tight inside, just barely sneaks in on that inside corner. It's now 2-2 to first baseman Landon Greeno. As next one from Gannon, way outside. Ball number 3, so Landon Greeno staring down the potential of a walk with nobody on and nobody out, trailing 20-4. That was the pitch from Gage Gannon to Landon Greeno. Swung on and fouled back to the parking lot for still a 3-2 count. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Alongside other sponsors here for today's game, Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte invites you to stop out, take a test drive here today as that ball falls down into center field for a no out base hit from Landon Greeno. The second hit today for the Nationals as he gets aboard here in this bottom of the 5th. A lot of work to be done, trailing 20-4. As Easton Jones now will saunter his way up. Following Jones, Dean McIntyre, then Blaze Seiler 0 for 2 today from Easton Jones. Grounded out his last plate appearance. Reach on a fielder's choice in his first. We'll see a fastball from Gannon that's tight inside for for ball number 1. One and 0. As here comes the next pitch. Another fastball rocketed in for strike 1. Gannon's got again a nasty fastball. Puts it at a 1-1 count. Greeno at first for the Nationals. The pitch. Another fastball too tight around the head. Ball 2, 2-1 now the count. 2-1 with nobody out. One runner on, Greeno at first. The pitch. Skied out to right field, back at it, and still going back is Aarons, but he gets there and gloves it close to the warning track for out number 1. So Landon Greeno will stroll back on over to first. There's one down here in this bottom of the 5th. As the Nationals and trailed 20-4. Dean McIntyre now up to bat. He flew out his last plate appearance to Ian Aarons in right and then struck out swinging. Has Greeno at first. Ooh, that's going to be a fastball right off of the hip of Dean McIntyre, and he'll go to first. And now there's 2 runners aboard for the Nationals. As here comes Blaze Seiler. He's 0 for 1 today. He walked in his last plate appearance. We have a courtesy runner, Tommy Haggart. Looks to be taking the stroll on over to first. As McIntyre really gingerly holding that right arm, or left arm. Took it right off the elbow there. Hasn't really moved it as he was running back. Haggart at first, Greeno at second. Is up to bat now is Seiler. Gannon's pitch. Another fastball that's in, strike 1. It's 0-1 the count now. Bottom of the 5th, 20-4 lead. There will be a game number 2 after the conclusion of this game for the winner-take-all district championship. Gannon delivers. Fastball in there, strike 2. It's 0-2 now to the right fielder, Blaze Seiler. 0-2, 1 out. 2 runners on, Greeno at second, Haggart at first. As here comes Gage Gannon's pitch. skied up, and it'll be pulled foul into the parking lot. So still 0-2 now. As it's 0-2 from Gannon. Fastball, little chopper that once again falls foul, this time on the first base side. Still 0-2. One out here, bottom of the fifth inning. Nationals trail 20-4. 20 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. 4 runs, 2 hits, 4 errors for the Nationals. As here comes the next pitch from Gage Gannon as he fires away. That's way down low. Ball number 1. One and 2, 1 out. Runners at second and first for the Nationals as Gannon gets the side from Verplank and lets it in. Another good swing and another good foul ball from Blaze Zeiler to keep this at-bat alive. Getting the most that he can out of this at-bat against Gannon. Hoping to find a pitch that he likes to turn on and drive it to the outfield. Haggard at first. Reno at second. Gage Gannon gets the sign from Verplank. Now will deliver his next one. Another one that's going to be rocketed into the parking lot from Zeiler. That is his now 4th foul ball in this at-bat as Verplank now goes to have a talk with Gage Gannon. Andrew Brocious, assistant coach, having a word with Haggard at the first base side of things. Conversation gets done between Verplank and Gannon. And now they'll try it again here. Up next for the Nationals, Ty Hannaborg with Jackson Peters in the hole. As Gannon takes a deep breath. The 1-2 pitch. That one, little chopper that could play for a double. Step on second, throw to first in time. And that's how this game will come to an end as Grand Island Home Federal defeats the FNBO Nationals in game number 1 of this district championship, 20-4. We're going to make our way now to a quick break. We come back, quick stop post-game show to get you all prepared for game number 2 of this district championship when we come back here at FM 98.1 and 1410. And as always, video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Jason is a big fan of Runza's Spicy Jack Burger.
With jalapenos.
Why are you saying jalapenos like that?
I pronounce it like it is. Fast and spicy. Jalapeno.
Well, it also has pepper jack cheese, bacon, and ranch.
Not just ranch.
Oh, come on.
Jalapeno ranch. So spicy.
Stop into Runza today and try the Spicy Jack Burger. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today or go online 24/7 at billsummers.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your cards anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
Go back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals fall in this game number 1 of the district championship versus Grand Island Home Federal 20-4. 20 runs on 13 hits and, of course, 1 error for Grand Island Home Federal compared to the 4 runs, 3 hits, and 4 errors for the FNBO Nationals. Just a tough game overall for the Nationals. Of course, with the pitching that got off to a pretty, I'd say, okay start from Blaze Zeiler. He gave up, of course, the 1 run in the first inning, none in the second, but then it kind of all started to fall apart a little bit when he gave up 5 in the top of the 3rd inning. Nationals did bounce back with 2 runs in the bottom of the 2nd before Grand Island answered back with a run in the top of the 4th. Nationals return once again a scoring run in the bottom of the 4th before 13 runs came across in the top of the 5th inning. And the Nationals, unfortunately, fall in this game number 1 of the district championship 20-4. About a half-hour break until we get to the start of that game number 2. So I'll jump into our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the game before I myself take a quick little break to get myself situated and ready for game number 2. Our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the game is, of course, going to have to go to Caden Johnson, the center fielder. How about a big leadoff triple that got the Nationals offense off to a pretty rocket start? He did, of course, try to keep things going, a single into left in his next plate appearance before ultimately in his 3rd coming unproductive. He, of course, had some great plays in the center as he always does, and he is our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the game here in game number 1. Well, I'm going to step aside real quick, take a break. When we come back, game number 2 of course, American Legion District Championship Baseball. Since Nationals fell in game number 1, there'll be a game number 2 between these two teams to ultimately crown who will be the district champion here in A7. I'll step aside real quick, take that break. I come back here in about a half hour. We will have that, of course, game right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. following is a North Platte Post sports presentation. It's time for FNBO American Legion Baseball with the North Platte Post and FM 98.1. Get set and, oh my God, there goes Blaze Seiler! He did it! He successfully stole home! Today's game is brought to you in part by Sandhills State Bank, Premier Toyota, Dave's Place Pizza and Wings, CT Computer Services, The Shelter Insurance Boys, Pete Voles, Brett Rogo, and Matthew Musselman. That one smashed into left field. It's going all the way. Make that 2 home runs today for Jack Polk. FNBO Baseball also brought to you in part by Great Plains Sports and Therapy, Larry's Glass, Bill Summers Ford, the DNN Event Center, Larry's RV, Double Dip Ice Creamery, Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group, Great Plains Home Care Equipment, Runza, Puro Clean, CIO Wealth Strategies, and the North Platte Public Schools. So that's turned on by Blaze Seiler. It's going all the way. It's out of here. The Nationals have done it. Blaze Seiler has hit a home run to walk it off. Let's play ball. FNBO Baseball from FM 98.1 and AM 1410 while live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Here's the voice of the Nationals, Paxton Gordon. Welcome back here, everybody, to Cleveland Field. The Nationals are now in game number 2 of the district championship match between Grand Island Home Federal, who is the number 1 team here in the District A7. And boy, howdy, did they flex that number 1 seeded power just a game ago against the Nationals. They took down FNBO 20-4 in 5 innings. 20 hits, 12 runs, 1 error for Grand Island Home Federal compared to the Nationals, who had only 4 runs on 4 hits and 4 errors to go along with their day. I mean, it was pretty tough out there for the Nationals as they really struggled to find any stability from behind the mound. And, of course, a couple costly errors in the first 2 scoring opportunities for Grand Island Home Federal really thwarted their momentum as, of course, as we saw, those 3 errors really booted up in that first 2 innings and really was downhill from that moment onwards. And it just, unfortunately for the Nationals, they couldn't find any of their momentum and any of their patience. Or not patience, but they were unable to find any of the stability that they had been known for the last couple of weeks, specifically from behind the mound and on the batting side of things. And because of that, it just unraveled and they fell 20-4. But this means, even though they lost that first game, they do have at least one more opportunity here this evening as they'll be once again taking on Grand Island Home Federal in game number 2 of the district championship match. They'll be taking on still a very strong team that hasn't really changed much in the lineup, but they'll be bringing in Dylan Heinrichs to pitch for them, and that's somebody who has a little more gusto behind his pitches than we saw with Zachary Mader earlier today, as the Nationals will be answering Heinrichs with their ace, Jack Polk. So Polk comes up into pitching lineup for the Nationals here in this game. And for the side of Jack Polk, it's really going to have to be, which Polk are we getting? Are we getting the Polk from the last 2 games where he's actually has kind of struggled a bit in terms of his pitching consistency? He's given up, I believe, if I remember correctly, in his last 2 starts alone, he's given up 13 total or 12 total runs in those 2 starts. So which Jack Polk will be getting? And I already know for certain, in my estimation, with how this team is going to respond after that game, we're going to be getting the A-plus version of Jack Polk when we get to that stage here. Again, Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop always open right around the corner. We come back here as we draw nearer to the start of game number 2 between these 2 teams. I'll have our Double Dip Ice Creamery starting lineup alongside our keys to the game right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, as always, NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, District. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter's auto, home, and life options.
We're back here to 1 Cleveland Field. The FNBO Nationals taking on Grand Island Home Federal here in the final game of the District A7 Championship as we are all tied up 1 apiece. So let's jump into our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District in North Platte offers 24+ different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. Hey, plus they have also available the ice cream trailer for all your outdoor events. I know as we still are in that time of the summertime, so there's plenty of opportunities still gets your ice cream trailer on. We'll start with the visiting team today, which in this game number 2 is going to go to the FNBO Nationals. Caden Jilton once again leading off in center field. Jack Polk will be on the mound for the Nationals here today, throwing the ace out in this game. Brandon Greeno at first base, 3-hole hitter. Easton Jones at third base with Dean McIntyre catching. Blaze Zeiler in left field. Ty Hanneborg at second. Logan Hayes at shortstop with Tyler Townsend in right field. For the side of Grand Island Home Federal, not much really has changed besides at least 1 or 2 positions. Ethan Foley at shortstop will be leading off with Bronxton Barrientos in center field. Ian Aarons at right field. Gabe Ariz at first base. Grayson Sack at second. Gage Gannon will be the designated hitter at the 6-hole. Ryan Kostler at third base. Left field, Gavin Haubold. And then Trent Verplank will be catching in the 9-hole with Dylan Heinrichs will be pitching for Grand Island Home Federal. Again, the 1 seed and the 3 seed battling it out here in this game number 2 as the Nationals fell in game number 1 20-4. I talked about some of the parents and some of the fans that were down on the floor. I said, Grand Island really was just getting their anger out after the Nationals, upset them in the upper bracket on Sunday, and now it's the Nationals' time to exert that anger at the same time and take away the victory from Grand Island. Time for the national anthem, so we'll step aside and take a break. We come back, game time, right here at FM 98.1 and 1410 video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, Engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology, you can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. FNBO Nationals taking on Grand Island Home Federal in the last game here of the District A7 tournament between these two teams. Nationals fell in game number 1, 20-4, which forced this game number 2 between these two teams. Nationals looking for revenge after getting blown out in 5 innings, again 20-4. Caden Jones will be leading off for the Nationals with Jack Polk, who will be on deck, be pitching today for the Nationals against Dylan Heinrichs, who will be on the mound for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Our happening breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Alongside our other sponsors here for today's game, Sandhill State Bank. Most come into Brandon Banking with locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Grand, and many more. Here we go. 2 more pitches left for Dylan Heinrichs, who, not just this season, but the last couple of seasons for Grand Island, has provided a thorn in the side for the Nationals. In many of the games, the Nationals have tried to fight their way back in him. In them, he has been the main reason why Nationals struggle offensively. Now they're hoping to crack the code here in the last game of the A7 District Tournament. After losing 20-4 in game number 1, what can they do here in game number 2 to turn things around and right the ship? This time they'll be the visiting team. This is the first time, this is going to be the craziest thing you're about to hear. This is the first time, if I remember correctly, all tournament that the Nationals will be the visiting team. This entire tournament, they have flipped the coin and been the home team all tournament long. This time, getting to move on over to the other side of things. So here comes the right-handed pitcher, Dylan Heinrichs versus Caden Johnson for the first time here today. That curveball will sink in for strike number 1 to Joni. Following Caden Johnson again, Jack Polk, then Landon Greeno. Big fastball from Heinrichs is way down low in the turf. Ball 1, it's 1-1 the count now. As the next play inward. Check swing, but that's down low once again on a curve. And with that, 2-1 to the center fielder, Caden Johnson. As Heinrichs, another fastball that really is off the mark. 3-1. Trouble with his fastballs. He's trying to gas it up, but it's not finding the zone well. 3-1 count. And that's ball 4. Last 3 pitches all in the turf area for Caden Johnson on his at-bat, and with that, he takes a stroll on over to first, and here comes Jack Polk. Had a hit in his last game against Grand Island Home Federal. Now has Caden Johnson at first base. We all know Joni can blitz on over to second if given the opportunity. And the Nationals probably, if they wanted to get things started on the right foot this game, might need to do so. That pitch upstairs, ball number 1 to Jack Polk. Dylan Heinrich struggling these last pitches, 4 in a row now that are outside for a ball. As he'll glance at Johnson at first. Here comes the pitch. Outside, actually, correction, it's in there. Strike number 1 as Verplank fires one to first base, trying to get Johnson out, but he gets back in plenty of time. So it's 1-1 the count now. As Jack Polk would love to start this game off on a much better foot for the Nationals offense after only mustering 4 runs last game. The 1-1 will not go as another pickoff attempt will get Caden Johnson back. 1-1 now. As here comes another pitch. Another pickoff attempt as Johnson gets back just barely in time. Ruiz almost applied the tag before Johnson was able to touch first base. But we're still at a 1-1 count. As Heinrichs yet again gets ready to fire it in. There goes Caden Johnson. Really good jump. Throw from Verblank to second. It will be in time, and Caden Johnson gets down for out number 1. Johnson had a good leap, but a beautiful throw from Trent Verplank behind home plate. And just like that, Caden Johnson goes down caught stealing, and that's not how the Nationals wanted to start this top of the first inning after Johnson got on. Next 2-1 is into Polk. High upstairs, ball 3. So it's 3-1. Once again, Heinrich struggling to find the zone. And if Jack Polk gets walked, I know Coach will probably be kicking himself at the steal, knowing that there would have been 2 aboard following potentially the walk. The 3-1 from Dylan Heinrichs, and that's ball 4. So Coach probably really kicking himself now with Jack. Yep, I can see it as he moves his head and looked up to the heavens thinking, oh my good heavens, they could have had 2 runners on. But now Landon Greeno comes up as already Kirby Wells coming out to have a talk with his pitcher, Dylan Heinrichs, after really back-to-back bad walks on his side. As we're motioning to the bullpen. Oh, now they're going to bring a glass of water out. So we're going to bring a glass of water out to Heinrichs as he tries to ease his nerves down. Currently has Jack Polk on over at first, with 1 out here in this top of the first inning. So after Coach Wells goes and have a talk with his pitcher, back we go here with Landon Greeno now walking on up to the plate for the first time versus Heinrichs. Has Jack Polk at first. Don't know if we'll see the Nationals try to steal again from Trent Verplank after he threw out Caden Johnson a couple pitches ago. That first pitch way outside from Heinrichs, ball number 1. And Dylan Heinrichs really struggling right now. He's only thrown 1 strike this entire first 3 batters. As Heinrichs gets set once again, and now we'll fire into Landon Greeno. That one rocketed down the first base side, and it'll be foul. Strike number 1. Following Greeno, Easton Jones, and then Dean McIntyre. Nationals bringing out the camo jerseys here in today's game. Maybe putting a little boost with the special jersey. The 1-1 from Heinrichs. There goes Jack Polk. Throw going to be way offline from Verplank, and Jack Polk successfully steals on over to second. Love the aggressiveness from Coach Holm. Even though Johnson got thrown out in the first at-bat, still decided to go back to a steal. That pitch was so far outside, it almost looked like it was intentionally thrown so that Verplank had a better time of trying to throw to Jack Polk at second. But he still successfully slides in. It's 2-1 now, the count to the first baseman, Landon Greeno. Runner in scoring position for the Nationals, Jack Polk at second. Greeno trying to turn around a pretty rough first game for him offensively. Here against Heinrichs. Another pitch outside, 3-1. Man, Dylan Heinrichs really struggling to start this game. 12 total pitches, 10 of them have been balls, and they haven't even been close. It's now 3-1, the count now to Landon Greeno as Heinrichs delivers. It's upstairs again, ball 4, and that means Greeno goes to first. Man, oh man, Dylan Heinrichs is really struggling on the mound right now, and that might be a blessing in disguise for the Nationals as here comes Easton Jones.
Number 14, third baseman, Easton Jones.
So Jones comes up to bat, just like Greeno struggled in the first game here against Grand Island Home Federal today. Looking to turn it around here in game number 2. As Jones now, we'll see his first pitch from Heinrichs. Swing and a miss. That one above the letters, but Jones misses. Strike number 1. Runners at first and second for the Nationals. Greeno at first, Jack Polk at second. 1 out here, top of the first inning. Dylan Heinrichs now will deliver in his 16th pitch. It's another swing and a miss by Easton Jones. It's 0-2 the count. An 0-2 count to the third baseman, Easton Jones, as Dylan Heinrichs now gets ready as time is called by Easton Jones to reset and refocus. 0-2 with 1 out. 2 runners on the base paths for the Nationals at second and first. Heinrichs at off speed, way down low. Ball number 1, 1-2 the count now. As Dean McIntyre sits on deck, waiting for his turn alongside Blaze Zeiler in the hole. 1-2 now, as Dylan Heinrichs gets the sign from Verplank and gets ready. The 1-2. Another big swing and a miss from Jones, and down he goes. There's a strikeout, and coach not happy with that at bat, as there's now 2 outs for Dean McIntyre to come up. This section of the order, 3, 4, and 5, struggled in game number 1 to really find production. And now with 2 runners on, hoping for that fortune to change with Jack Polk at second and Landon Greeno at first. As Heinrichs' pitch, that one, little blooper that's going to be gloved up by the second baseman, Sack, and he'll throw it to second. And that's how this inning comes to an end. The Nationals had 2 runners aboard in scoring position potentially, but they couldn't convert with it. And with that, we're going to go now to the bottom of the first inning. Nationals here tied up. Nothing. Excuse me. When we come back here at Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. It's now the bottom of the first inning. Our half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. And, of course, our other sponsors for today's game, Sand Hills State Bank. Most community-branded bank with locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Grant, and many more. Head to sandhillstate.com for a full list of services and locations. Jack Polk on the mound here for the Nationals in this pivotal game number 2 in the district championship. Of course, both these teams are making their way to state, being the top 2 in this district, but Nationals searching for their first district championship in North Platte history. So they'll bring Jack Polk out. He's had a rough last 2 starts for the Nationals. A total of 12 earned runs have come across off of Jack Polk. 9, of course, as we remember, against Millard South in the Kearney tournament. And then, of course, 3 against Kearney on Friday before the Nationals ultimately came back in that game. He'll be facing off against Ethan Foley for the first time here today with Ian Aarons on deck and then Bronxton Barrientos in the hole for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Foley had a pretty good game number one, but I think really everybody on Grand Island's team had a pretty good game number one. Again, they won 20-4 in the first game. As Jack Polk will be facing off against Foley for his first pitch. That's down low, ball number one from Jack. It's 1-0 the count now. Next pitch, beautiful off speed in there. So it's 1-1 now to Foley, as Jack Polk will now get set for his next attempt. That one's skied up, drifting towards the foul territory at the fence. Landon Greeno trying to get there, but ultimately in the end couldn't do so. And because of that, we now sit at a count of 1-2. As the Nationals will try to, against more specifically Jack Polk, see what kind of damage they can do in terms of getting the first out. 1-2 the count now to Foley as the pitch from Jack Polk. Slough grounder on over to Ty Hanneborg. He gloves it, throws it to first in time, and there's out number one. I think that's a very pivotal, oh my good heavens, pivotal out for Jack Polk, who's, again, the last two games are really struggled at the mound for the Nationals. Really, after a strong season he's put together, where he's put below 2 average ERA before those last two starts. Having a start to the game like this where you get through the first batter really unfazed, that's big, as his next pitch into the side of Ian Ahrens is tight side for ball one. And then strongly hit instead to Easton Jones. And the throw to first is in time. 2 batters down already in this bottom of the first. Jack Polk starting to find a rhythm. As now it's Bronxton Barrientos who will appear for the side of Grand Island Home Federal.
Broxton Barrientos.
2 are down already. A quick 2 up, 2 down for Jack Polk in this bottom of the first inning. As the next pitch, swing and a miss by Bronxton. Jack Polk starting to get into his old self early on in this ball game, exactly what the Nationals needed. Now the 0-1 from Jack Polk. That one just a smidge too low, and it's 1-1 the count now. 2 down here in this bottom of the first inning. All tied up, 0-0. Either side has yet to record a hit or a run. The pitch, hard hit down the third base side, foul. 1-2 as Ty Robinson runs out of the dugout to go grab it. Gabe Ruiz on deck for the side of Grand Island Home Federal in this game number 2. Jack Polk, though, looking to strike out Bronxton Barrientos right here. 1-2. That one just over the head of Ty Hanneborg. And with that, we're going to see Bronxton Barrientos maybe going for 2. Throw from Tyler Townsend, beautifully done, but just barely doesn't get there in time. So 2-out double from Bronxton Barrientos off of Jack Polk. And, of course, I had to say those darn words of yet to see a hit from either side, and there's Barrientos to prove me wrong. So here's Gabe Ruiz. He had 2 big hits in game number 1 for Grand Island Home Federal that brought many runs home. He's got Bronxton Barrientos at second, threatening to score. Polk's beautiful curveball is in there for strike 1. Oh and 1, 2 down. As here comes Jack Polk's next pitch. Ooh, that one not as pretty as the first one, as it's tight inside for ball number 1. As the next pitch from Jack Polk is going to be there, as Gabe Ruiz went swinging a little too actively on that pitch that was far away. It's 1-2 now with 2 down. Polk got away with one right there. 1-2, 2 downs. Barrientos at second, threatening to score for Grand Island. As Jack Polk sets and fires. That slider just a little too far away. Strike, it's going to be ball number 2. 2-2 the count now to the first baseman. As Jack Polk was hoping that Ruiz would swing on that pitch like he did the last one. The 2-2 from Jack Polk. That one softly hit on over to Ty Hanneborg at second. Throw to first in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. A crucial inning for Jack Polk as he looks to get back into rhythm after a rough couple of starts in the latter half of the season. It's 0-0 as we go to the top of the second. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NordPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today or go online 24/7 at billsummers.com.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals are tied up here with one Grand Island home Federal in this top of the second inning. Nationals, no runs, no hits, no errors compared to the no runs, 1 hit, no errors in terms for Grand Island home Federal as Blaze Zeiler now appears as, it's his first at-bat against Dylan Heinrichs today as he rockets one back to the netting. Strike number 1. Following Zeiler, of course, Ty Hanneborg for the Nationals and Logan Hayes. Go 1. That one in the turf, 1-1. Heinrichs really has struggled so far today in his at-bats for finding the strike zone. I say that, he finds his now 4th strike. There's 20 pitches so far. Good chunk of them. 16 have been balls. The 1-0, 1-1. 1-2 is skying out in the right field. One of those numbers will hit. Foul to still stay at 1-2 to Blaze Zeiler. As Zeiler, after a great stay on Sunday, looking to find some momentum here on Tuesday. Oh my good heavens, that one somehow sneaks in just barely on the inside part of the plate. First strikeout today for Dylan Heinrichs, and now there's one down here in this top of the second inning with Ty Hanneborg now up to bat, one down for the Nationals. Logan Hayes on over on deck with Tyler Townsend in the hole. Fastball from Heinrichs upstairs. Ball 1. 1-0 the count with 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss by Ty Hanneborg for strike number 1. One out, nobody on here for the North Platte FNBO Nationals. Pitch. That one grounded softly up the middle. Picked on up by Foley. The throw won't be in time as he tried to transition it from glove to hand and dropped it. And with that, Ty Hanneborg going to make his way on to the base pads with a hit, but they'll count that as an error from Ethan Foley, the first error for Grand Island Home Federal. And with that, Ty Hanneborg's at first for Logan Hayes, playing shortstop today as Jack Polk's on the mound. Facing Heinrichs for the first time. He swings on one. Hit might fall down into center field, and it does. First hit today for the Nationals. And Logan Hayes gets aboard And now there's 2 runners at second and first for the Nationals with only 1 down to bring up Tyler Townsend. Townsend playing right field for the Nationals in this second game. Caden Johnson's on deck with Jack Polk in the hole. 2 runners aboard. Hayes at first. Hanneborg at second. Heinrichs now firing into Tyler Townsend. He looks to play the bunt down, but he'll pull back. Ball number 1. Infield now starting to think about the bunt, as at third base it's Ryan Kostler on the grass as well as Gabe Ruiz at first. When this happens, I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Nationals sprint either on this next pitch or the one after. The 1-0 from Heinrichs in there. Strike number 1 as Townsend pulls back. It's 1-1 the count now. .31 total pitches so far for Dylan Heinrichs in this game. The 1-1 from Heinrichs as he gets set from Verplank. Will glance at second a couple times, another time, and deliver. That one swung on, slowly up the middle. It's going to probably be a double play. The throw to first in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. As Tyler Townsend, unfortunately, puts the team into a double play following that hit, and with that, we're going now to the bottom of the second inning with the Nationals still tied up here with Grand Island Home Federal. 0-0. We come back. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place. Whoop, whoop.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals now still and are tied with Grand Island Home Federal. 0-0. No runs on 1 hit, no errors for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. No runs, 1 hit, no errors on the side of the FNBO. 1 error on the side of Grand Island Home Federal. No runs, no errors. Only 1 hit for the Nationals. Is up to bat comes Grayson Sack for the first time today. Gage Gannon is on deck for side of Grand Island Home Federal against Jack Polk in this bottom of the second as he starts to find a rhythm. He'll throw a pitch in there, strike number 1. As Polk's next pitch is skied straight upstairs. Getting up underneath it, Easton Jones. He rotates over and gloves it for out number 1 as down goes Sack with the pop fly. 2 pitches, 1 out. Easy peasy for Jack Polk as now Gage Gannon appears.
PH number 12, Gage Gannon.
As he looks to get some momentum started for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. He'll swing on one foul down the third base side for strike number 1. Whoa, that pitch way outside for ball number 1. Next pitch, 1-1. Ooh, just a tad bit outside. Ball 2. 2-1 to Gage Gannon from Jack Polk. That one rocketed to Easton Jones. He gloves it, steps into it, and throws to first. It's in time, and there's 2 down. This bottom of the second inning. Great glove by Landon Greeno.
Jones handles a sharper hit ball to third.
Yes, there's now 2 down here in this inning.
Brings to the plate. Number 7, Ryan.
As
Kostler.
Ryan Kostler, the third baseman, will appear. As to see a first pitch strike from Jack Polk, but he'll turn on one into left field for another hit. Second hit today for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. And Ryan Kostler gets aboard with 2 down.
Saved by Kostler brings to the plate number 15, Gavin Howball.
As Gavin Howell will now check in with Kostler at first base. He'll see an off-speed pitch in there for strike number 1. Now it's 0-1 the count now. Next pitch from Jack Polk. That one's rocketed foul down the first base side. Landon Greeno making a diving effort but can't glove it. As we currently run out an 0-2 count to Howbold as Jack Polk looks for the final out. Pitch, swing, and a miss. Down goes Gavin Howbold, and we go now to the top of the third. Still tied 0-0. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 and 1410 video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Well, back here, Cleveland Field, Nationals still tied up with Grand Island Home Federal in now the top of the third inning. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 627 South Dewey, Suite 621 South Dewey, Suite B. So Dylan Heinrich still on the mound and be facing off against Caden Johnson. So back to the top of the order for the Nationals. As Heinrich's he's been kind of lucky really. After, I don't want to say how bad he's been pitching, but with the amount of balls he's thrown so far in this game that no runs have come across is kind of a blessing on his side. As first pitch is inside for ball 1, Caden Johnson. Next pitch, another ball. As next pitch, 2-0 from Heinrichs is another one in the turf, 3-0. As next pitch is going to be a drop third strike, or excuse me, is going to be a ball as gets away, from the catcher, Brentford Plank, and now on over, Caden Johnson goes to first. Oh, that gets away from Gabe Ruiz on a pickoff attempt. It gets out of the field of play, unfortunately, so Johnson's only going to advance to second. As Heinrichs, another failed pickoff attempt that time. And now, facing Jack Polk with a runner in scoring position, Caden Johnson at second base. Heinrichs now fires. That pitch finally will find the zone, strike number 1. As Heinrichs is now 0-1 pitch to Jack Polk. He looks to lay a bunt down. It's beautifully put, and it just stays fair! And Jack Polk makes his way to first. Beautiful bunt from the pitcher, Jack Polk. And he makes his way to first. I mean, it stopped fair just on the line. And with that, runners are at the corners now for the Nationals, threatening to score with still nobody out. As Landon Greeno now with an opportunity to bring the game's first run home as he lays down a beautiful bunt. It gets past Heinrichs, and Landon Greeno gets aboard. The Nationals get another run, the first run of the game across. It's 1-0 in favor of the FNBO Nationals with Jack Polk at second, Landon Greeno at first, and here comes Coach Kirby Wells to have a talk with Heinrichs.
Nice swing bunt laid down by Greeno.
Greeno did it so beautifully. It skirted just past Heinrichs on the left side. And because of that, he was easily able to make it to first while also scoring Caden Johnson. And now it's a 1-0 lead for the Nationals here in this top of the third inning. Kirby Wells really having to come out and have a talk with his team, and more specifically Heinrichs. He has really been struggling this game. He's undeniably thrown more balls than strikes. So Easton Jones now will come up to bat for second time today. He struck out swinging in his first plate appearance, has 2 runners on the base pads with nobody out in this top of the third inning. Heinrichs now delivers. Oh, that bounces off the back of Easton Jones, and the bases are now loaded. As here comes Dean McIntyre. So McIntyre with a prime opportunity here. The base is loaded, but he'll see a pitch in from Heinrichs for strike number 1. That one slowly grounded foul down the third base side. Strike 2. The 0-2. That one, just barely lined foul down the third base side, so still 0-2. That one gonna get gloved up by the shortstop, and the throw on over to third will be in time, so McIntyre will reach on a double play on a fielder's choice as Gabe Moreno now checks in at first. The runner at third scores, Jack Polk. Landon Greeno unfortunately gets thrown out at third, so Blaze Eiler now comes up to bat. got runners at second and first. Gabe Moreno, the runner at first, as he courtesy running for Dean McIntyre. 2-0 the lead for the Nationals. There's a pitcher warming up in the bullpen for Grand Island Home Federal, as Dylan Heinrich's really struggling right now. 2-0. Runners could potentially still come across. Next pitch. Oh, off speed in there. Strike 2. As an 0-2 count now to Blaze Zeiler as Heinrich's trying to find the second out of this inning. He'll glance at second. Second time, a third time, and deliver. That one's outside ball 4. Good patience from Zeiler. He looked like he was about to take a big swing at it, but noticed it was falling off out the zone and pulled back, and it's still now a 1-2 count with a 2-0 lead. Heinrichs glancing at second, delivers. Oh, that bounces off the rear end of Blaze Zeiler, and the bases are now loaded yet again for the Nationals. Trying to take a glance on over who's warming up in the bullpen for the side of Grand Island Home Federal, as they're in a little bit of a tough situation now. I believe that might be Riley Plummer. Actually, it's Gage. Is that Gage Gannon? Yeah, Gage Gannon again is warming up for Grand Island Home Federal. With the bases loaded, only 1 out for Ty Hanneborg. He calls time, but home plate umpire doesn't give it to him. I think Ty motioning that was his fault, and that pitch in there for strike number 1. As next pitch from the side of Dylan Heinrichs to Hanneborg. He lays down a bunt down the first base side. Oh, Heinrichs can't pick it up. And with that, Ty Hanneborg gets aboard, and another run comes across for the Nationals. A mistake from Dylan Heinrichs costs Grand Island Home Federal another run. And now here comes Logan Hayes with the Nationals leading 3-0.
Shortstop, number 8, Logan Hayes.
Hayes singled in his last plate appearance. We'll see a pitch in the zone for strike number 1. Prime opportunity to drive another run home. Gabe Moreno at third. Zeiler at second. Hanneborg at first. Bases loaded, only 1 out here. Top of the 3rd inning. Heinrichs gets set and fires. That's high and away, ball 1. 1-0 the count now. One and 1. Bases loaded for Hayes. Heinrichs. Another bunt going to be laid down potentially, but he skies that one to the opposing dugout for strike number 2. As 1-2 now from Heinrichs to Logan Hayes, the shortstop. As he gets ready and fires. That one, slow grounder, going to be gloved up, maybe a double play. Throw to second, throw to first, not in time. Another sacrifice type of play, even though Ty Hanneborg gets out at second. Another run comes across for the Nationals, 4-0 the lead. Runners at the corners now for Tyler Townsend.
To the plate, runners on the corner. Number 3, Tyler Townsend.
Ethan Foley tried to toss it as quick as he can on over to Grayson Sachs so he can sling it to first, but not in time. And with that, runners are now at the corners with 2 down. This top of the 3rd inning, the Nationals with a 4-0 lead. Kind of, eerily similar to how Sunday's game went. Nationals were up early. Grand Island would answer back. Pitch, As Townsend looks to apply the bunt, but pulls back for strike number 1, and easily moving to second there is Logan Hayes with the steal, as Verplank not ready for the delayed steal. So 2 runners in scoring position at second and third. Townsend facing an 0-1 count. Shown bunt many a times. Has 2 at-bats already. Sees one just below the knees, but somehow it sneaks in for strike number 2. So with that, it's an 0-2 count to the right fielder as Heinrichs gets the sign from Verplank and fires it in to Tyler Townsend. That's down low, ball number 1. 1-2 the count now to Tyler Townsend. Again, still more runs threatening to score at second and third. Tyler at third, Hayes at second. As Dylan Heinrichs now gets the sign he likes from Verplank. Here comes his 1-2 pitch. It's in the middle, strike 3. Down goes Townsend looking, but 3 runs did come across, 4 runs came across for the Nationals this inning. We're going to the bottom of the third. FNBO Nationals are up in this one 4-0. We come back to the bottom of the third. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you'd like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. The Nationals are leading Grand Island Home Federal here in the district championship game 4-0. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors for the Nationals. No runs, 2 hits, 2 errors for Grand Island Home Federal here in this bottom of the third inning. As the catcher, Trent Verplank, now comes up to bat for Grand Island Home Federal for the first time here today against Jack Polk. Polk has just been putting them up, putting them down here through his little short spurt of innings. Can he continue to do so here against Verplank? He'll fire one in for strike number 1. Talked about how for Jack Polk, the last couple of games for his starts have not gone well. Giving up 12 runs in those starts. So far, really batting in the hatches down as that's in there. Strike number 2. It's 0-2 the count now to Verplank. Jack Polk, in this situation, when the moment calls upon him the most, starting to rise to the occasion. That one little small chipper to Landon Greeno at first. He'll step on first, and down goes Verplank for out number 1 as here comes Ethan Foley up to bat for Grand Island Home Federal in this bottom of the third inning.
Ethan Foley.
Of course, the Nationals using 3 reserve pitchers last game. It'll be interesting to see how their pitching situation will go. First pitch to Foley from Polk is down low in the turf for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count now. The 1-0. Now 1-1. Fastball right down the center for strike number 1 to Ethan Foley from Jack Polk. On deck, Ian Ahrens. The 1-1. Skied foul into the parking lot for strike number 2. It's 1-2 the count now with 1 out. This bottom of the third. As Jack Polk's 1-2. Squared up into center field. Caden Johnson getting up underneath it. An easy glove out in center. 2 up, 2 down for Grand Island Home Federal here in this bottom of the third. Jack Polk coming alive this game after the Nationals got blown out 20-4 last game. And Polk, who's had a pretty tough last two start. His first pitch in. Oh, just a bit outside for ball number 1. As the 1-0 from Polk to Aaron, swung on, and it's going nowhere as it's fouled out of play on the left field side for strike number 1. Next pitch in there. Strike 2 from Jack Polk. As Polk with his 1-2 pitch to Ian Ahrens. That one softly hit down the first base side, foul. One, two. Oh, just outside, barely. It's 2-2 the count now to Jack Polk. As that one just teetering on the edge of the zone by a whisker. Will he get his payoff pitch right here? The 2-2 from Jack. That one hit sharply up the middle, and he'll find a base hit. Ian Ahrens gets on. Third hit today for Grand Island Home Federal. As on over to first he goes, and now Bronxton Barrientos appears. Gabe Ruiz in the deck, on deck for Grand Island Home Federal. Runner at first being Ahrens. Third hit today for Grand Island in this game 2. Ooh, that curveball just sank at the wrong time. It's ball number 1 to Bronxton Barrientos. As Jack Polk will now fire in his 1-0. Sharply hit foul down the third base side for strike 1. Next pitch from Jack Polk into Barrientos. Here it comes. That's unfortunately high upstairs for ball number 2. 2-1 now to Bronxton Barrientos. Ahrens at first. Hasn't really attempted to steal all day today, but he'll run back following the pickoff from Jack Polk, or pickoff attempt from Polk. Jack up to 36 pitches here in this bottom of the third inning. As his next one on the way. That one just smidge outside again. Ball 3, 3-1. Crowd not happy with that call, as well as Coach Holm. As the 3-1 with 2 down now being sent over from Jack Polk to Bronxton Barrientos. Here it comes. Oh, that one on a fastball is outside, ball 4, and now there's 2 runners aboard for Grand Island as here comes Gabe Ruiz.
Number 20, Gabe Ruiz.
So Gabe Ruiz now up to bat here for Grand Island Home Federal against Jack Polk. Their first battle, I say that, pitch in there, strike 1. Their first battle, it was a ground out there from Gabe Ruiz. Has 2 runners on. It's bottom of the third now. As the 0-1 from Jack Polk is fired. That one grounded on over to Logan Hayes. Throw to second in time. And that's how this inning will come to an end. The Nationals did unfortunately get 2 runners on the defensive side for Grand Island Home Federal, but they were able to clean it up. And now Gage Gannon will take the mound for Dylan Heinrichs here in this top of the 4th. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers, powered by plant-based natural caffeine.
And they come in 4 delicious flavors: pomegranate passion, mango mojo, prickly pear, and watermelon wild. Why do you keep doing that?
These refreshers are just so refreshing.
But you don't have to make that noise every time. Try Runza's lemonade refreshers. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. The Nationals leading Grand Island home Federal here in this top of the 4th inning. 4-0, 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors for the side of the Nationals. No runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the side of Grand Island home Federal. So up to bat, Caden Johnson will be taking over here for nobody but himself to start this top of the 4th. He'll be facing off against Gage Gannon for the 2nd time today. Gannon on the mound for Grand Island home Federal. Back-to-back games. He'll swing on one and foul it back for strike number 1. Gannon didn't use a whole lot of pitches, so he can come back right here for the side of Grand Island home Federal. Of course, Johnson walked in his first plate appearance against Dylan Heinrichs and was thrown out at first as he tried to steal. He'll swing on one and ground it on over to Kostler. Ryan Kostler's throw to first is just barely in time for out number 1 here in this top of the 4th.
Nice play by Kostler on third. Brings to the plate number 9, Jack Polk.
Here's Jack Polk's next appearance. Of course, the pitcher in today's game, he got on with a walk in his first appearance against Dylan Heinrichs at the time. And we'll see a fastball from Gannon tight inside of the face for ball 1. He also singled in his last plate appearance for the Nationals. After Jack Polk, it's Landon Greeno. The 1-0 from Gannon to Polk. Fastball outside, ball 2. It's 2-0 the count. Interesting to see how Gannon does in his second appearance in back-to-back games. Again, didn't really throw too many pitches in that first contest. Though, how much can he be worn out in this second, coming in pretty early? Top of the 4th. Pitch, 2-0. Make that 3-0 to Jack Polk. He's staring down the barrel of his second walk today. And that's pretty scary because up next is Landon Greeno, who laid down a fantastic bunt last inning. There's a 3-0 from Gage Gannon. That one sneaks in for the first strike of this at-bat. 3-1. Of course, following Landon Greeno, Easton Jones for the Nationals. 4-0 lead for FNBO as Gannon takes a breath and fires. Whoa, that one's going to bounce off the lip of his helmet for Jack Polk, but it was ball 4 anyway, so he'll take the stroll on over to first with 1 out as here comes Landon Greeno. Again, laid down that fantastic bunt last inning that advanced the runners and got himself aboard. And now here with 1 runner on, being Jack Polk at first, up to bat again. He also walked against Heinrich in his first plate appearance. Swings on one over to Ruiz at first. Throw to second is going to be in time. That's a double play, and this inning comes to an end. Landon Greeno almost got it past Gabe Ruiz at first, but couldn't do so. We're going to the bottom of the 4th now. Still a 4-0 lead for the Nationals. We come back here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop
Save money at the pump and quick stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings. The Sinclair Dino Pay saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Welcome back here at Cleveland Field. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Nationals still leading this ballgame 4-0. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors for FNBO. No runs on 3 hits, 2 errors for Grand Island Home Federal. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game. One, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005. Located 905 South Willow Street. Your IT guy since 2005. 4-0 the lead for the Nationals as Jack Polk still on the mound for FNBO, having a great day today.
Number 11, second baseman,
really
Grayson Sack.
rising to the occasion when the team needs him the most. The senior, the lone senior on this squad at the moment, with, of course, Race Morkey not being a part of the program anymore. Really stepping up after getting blown out in game number 1, 20-4. Nationals lead 4-0 as that one slowly grounded, gloved up by one-handed Easton Jones. A throw to first will not be in time as getting on base with a hit there. Grayson Sack just barely beats out Easton Jones's throw to first, and it's the 4th hit today, but almost
number 12, Gage
getting out at first. So, but here comes Gage Gannon, the designated hitter, but now pitcher for Grand Island Home Federal with nobody out. 1 runner on, being Sack at first base as a pickoff attempt from Jack Polk gets Sack back. Following Gage Gannon, Ryan Kostler. As first pitch into Gannon is swung on. Little looper that's going to be gloved up by Polk. He'll throw it to first to get the first out. As easily moving to second just by the way of the nature of the beast was Grayson Sack, and now he's at second. 1 down though as Gage Gannon easily grounds out.
At bat, third baseman, number 7, Ryan Kostler.
As Ryan Kostler comes up, and you'll see a pitch that's low and away for ball 1 from Jack Polk. As Polk will now get ready to rock and roll for his second pitch into Kostler with Sack at second base. 4 hits have come across so far for Grand Island, but yet to get a run. That one teetering on the edge, but sneaks in for strike 1. 1-1 the count now to Ryan Kostler from Jack Polk. As Jack Polk looking to once again get the second out here and not allow Sack to move forward. Beautifully thrown off speed as it's fouled off for strike number 2 from Ryan Kostler. Still again, runner at second in scoring position for Grand Island. They're still searching for their first run of this ball game. As Jack Polk gets set and fires. Oh my gosh, that's right at the letters, but too high, ball 2. Even Ryan Kostler for a second thought that was a strike as he was starting to make his way on over to the dugout. But it's 2-2 now from Jack Polk as he'll get the sign from Dean McIntyre. Glance at second to Sack and now deliver. That one grounded on over to Easton Jones. He'll look at Grayson Sack, throw it on over to first. Boop, in time. There's 2 down here in this bottom of the 4th inning. Nationals on a roll right now. As Gavin Haubold will now see his next plate appearance here for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Still Sack on over at second, though 2 down in this inning. The pitch. That one's tight around the knees, but too low for ball 1. Now at 54 pitches for Jack Polk here in this bottom of the 4th inning. As with the 1-0, Polk will look to fire into Haubold. Trent Verplank on deck. Pitch. Swing and a miss on a beautiful curve. Strike number 1. It's 1-1 now. 4-0 lead for the Nationals in the bottom of the 4th. Again, game 2 of this district championship. Game on the line here. Winner take all at this point. 1-1 from Polk. Oh, gets away from Dean McIntyre, and with that on over to third goes Grayson Sack, and now it's a 2-1 count to Haubold, and now a runner just 90 feet away for Grand Island Home Federal, threatening to score. As Jack Polk's next pitch, swing and a miss for strike 2. Beautiful throw from Jack Polk. Another off speed that Haubold was way ahead of. It's 2-2 now, the count. With 2 outs here in this bottom of the 4th, Polk would love to get out of this inning right here on this next pitch. Here comes his 2-2. Rocketed. It's going to go foul down the first base side. So we'll still stay at 2-2. I mean, that one was just so close to staying fair and scoring the run and going all the way to the corner, but 2-2 the count as Jack Polk now on his 59th pitch, ready to fire it into Gavin Haubold, who's 0 for 1 today. Pitch in there, strike 3. He goes down looking, and that's how this inning comes to an end. Top of the 5th, around the corner. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1. AM 1410 and video live streaming, as always, on NorthPlattePost.com.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals with a 4-0 lead over Grand Island Home Federal in game number 2 of this district championship. Again, winner take all at this point. Still on the mound, Gage Gannon for Grand Island. They'll be facing off against Easton Jones with Dean McIntyre on deck. Our course happening breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Those are other sponsors for today's game. Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte invites you to stop out, take a test drive here today of all their new, pre-owned, and used vehicles. Premier Toyota. Let's go places. That first pitch from Gage Gannon into Easton Jones is tight around the knees for ball number 1. Nationals 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors compared to the no runs, 4 hits, 2 errors. Side of Grand Island Home Federal. The 1-0. Once more outside, 2-0. Again, the question's going to be, with Gage Gannon already making a pretty, I won't say hefty appearance, but making a moderate appearance last game for Grand Island Home Federal, how long can he go? The 2-0 from Gannon on its way. High again, ball 3. That time outside the zone, 3-0 the count. Next pitch on the side of Gage Gannon. Oh, that's right there. Strike number 1. 3-1 the count now. As Gannon now will deliver his 3-1 pitch. Oh no, skied up just lightly on over to Foley at short, and he gloves it for out number 1 as Easton Jones got caught in the jam. Unfortunately, Foley's able to glove it just in shallow center field, and there's one out here in this top of the 5th. Dean McIntyre now will make an appearance, 0 for 1 as well today. Has Ty Hanneborg on deck for the Nationals. Gannon's first pitch into McIntyre there for strike number 1. No action in either bullpen. Which makes sense. Jack Polk really holding the hatches down for the Nationals. Gannon just came in. 0-1. Way upstairs. Ball number 1 to Dean McIntyre. McIntyre 0 for 2 today with a ground out and a fly out. 1-1, 1 out. As Gage Gannon gets the sign from Verplank and now fires that 1-1 pitch in. It's outside ball 2. As Gannon really playing around with the outside corners, trying to paint it, but so far unsuccessful in these last couple batters. As the 2-1, once again, oh, they're going to say look tight inside, like way out of the zone, but they'll say it's a strike. Coach Holm not happy with that call. It's 2-2. I mean, almost hitting the elbow of Dean McIntyre. That's how out of the zone it was. The pitch fouled off by Dean into the parking lot for still strike number 2. It's 2-2 the count now. One out here, 2-2. As Gage Gannon looks to find the second out of this inning. As he gets set and steps off to take a deep breath and focus in. Following McIntyre again, Ty Hanneborg with Logan Hayes in the hole. As here comes the 2-2 now from the big Gage Gannon. Swing and a miss by Dean McIntyre, and there's out number 2 as he goes down swinging on a curve. And here comes, Blaze Zeiler. And I had my glasses on there for a second as I was rubbing my eyes. Zeiler's up to bat with Ty Hanneborg on deck, then Logan Hayes. There are 2 outs here, though, in this top of the 5th. Still a 4-0 lead for the Nationals here in this game number 2 of the district championship game as Gannon delivers. Ooh, that one actually almost hitting Blaze Zeiler. We're talking whiskers width away from clipping his shirt. So 1-0 the count now to Blaze Zeiler. Just took him quite a beating here during this district championship tournament. Next pitch high upstairs. Ball number 2. If there's one person you don't want to put on the base pads with Ty Hanneborg up next, it's definitely not Blaze Zeiler if you're a fan of Grand Island. That speed is killer. As the 2-0 now into Zeiler from Gannon, it will find the mark. Strike number 1, 0-1 the count. It should be 2-1 with 2 outs. Tells you how long of a week it's been already, and we're only in Tuesday. 2-1 with 2 down as the pitch from Gage Gannon is delivered. Once again, tight inside, almost hitting Blaze Zeiler. 3-1 the count now. Like his approach, make Gannon throw the mistakes instead of you making the mistakes by swinging at him. So 3-1 to Blaze Zeiler. As here comes Gannon's pitch. Fouled back by Blaze for strike number 2. 3-2 the count. That's Gage Gannon looking for the final out of this inning. Gets set. Here comes that 3-2 pitch. Rocking it on over to Gabe Ruiz at first. He gloves it easily and steps on the first base bag for out number 3. We're going now to the bottom of the 5th inning after the Nationals win a quick 1-2-3 here. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. We come back, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on PlattePost.com.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
Welcome back here, bottom of the 5th inning. Nationals leading 4-0 over Grand Island Home Federal. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors for the Nationals. No runs on 4 hits, 2 errors for Grand Island Home Federal. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Here's Trent Verplank now up to bat here for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Against one Jack Polk, who's still on the mound and going strong. When I say strong, I mean super strong, as he fires a strike in down the middle for a count that now moves to 0-1. Now a quick pitch. Curveball in there, 0-2. That one little chipper, that's going to be gloved up by Logan Hayes. Throw to first, in time! Great throw from Logan to get the first down at the bottom of the 5th inning.
Nice play by Hayes. Bring it to the plate, top of the batting order, number 2, Ethan Foley.
So here comes Mr. Ethan Foley up. As he'll pop that sky high. Drifting on over is Jack Polk, but Easton Jones will call him off. A quick 2 up, 2 down. The side of the Nationals here. In this bottom of the 5th. Jack Polk really finding his stride now. As up to bat, Ian Ahrens.
To the plate, number 9.
For the side of Grand Island Home Federal, trying to avoid a 1-2-3 inning. He lofts one into left field, but it's foul. Strike number 1. This is exactly what the Nationals and Jack Polk needed. Keep getting these quick outs to save his pitches, but also keep him fresh. I say that fastball really tight inside for ball 1. As Jack Polk will on his 1-1. Skied into the heavens. Caden Johnson running on to get it. He finds it, gets under it, and there's a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 5th. We're going to the 6th inning when we come back here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today or go online 24/7 at billsummers.com.
Welcome back to Cleveland Field. Nationals still leading 4-0 as we are in the top of the 6th inning. We're flying through these innings. There's only a couple left before the Nationals could be crowned as the district champions. Knock on wood, it gets to that point as Ty Hanneborg now steps aboard in this top of the 6th. Our half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Facing off against Gage Gannon once again, who's still on the mound for Grand Island Home Federal. Neither side looks to be warming any pitchers up as that one's in there. Strike number 1. As Hanneborg looked to lay the bunt down, third baseman Ryan Kostler in the grass. That one swung on by Hanneborg as it goes to the netting. Strike number 2. Logan Hayes on deck with Tyler Townsend in the hole. 0-2 now from Gage Gannon to Ty Hanneborg. Ever since Gannon came in, Nationals struggle to find some rhythm offensively, but still hold on to a 4-0 lead. The pitch. Ooh, that one's way in the turf. Ball 1. Good glove by Verplank. 1-2 now to the second baseman, Ty Hanneborg. As he looks to get aboard for the Nationals to see if they can continue this scoring spree, up 4-0. And increase their lead to give them more cushion. The 1-2. Lifted out to right field, but it's going to be pulled very far foul. Still a 1-2 count. As they get a new ball into Gage Gannon. As he gets set, here comes the 1-2 from Gannon. Whoa! That one way behind Ty Hanneborg for ball number 2. I mean, not even Verplank went to go grab it. 2-2 with 2 down. Excuse me, nobody out here in this top of the 6th. The scoreboard hasn't changed. As here comes that 2-2 to Hanneborg. Ooh, it's outside, ball 3. 3-2 the count now to the second baseman, Ty Hanneborg. 3-2 with 2 outs. As the next pitch coming in from Gage Gannon. Swung on, slow grounder over to Foley at short. He gloves it, throw to first. Oh, just a smidgen time. There's out number 1 this 6th inning. Logan Hayes now is up to bat for the Nationals. Ty Hanneborg almost beat out that throw by Ethan Foley at second, but now here he comes. Logan Hayes up to bat. Facing off against Gannon, 35 total pitches now for Gage Gannon. Or excuse me, 32, and make that 33 is that pitch is upstairs around the face for ball 1. Tyler Townsend on deck with Caden Johnson in the hole for the Nationals. Gage Gannon 1-0 the count to the shortstop, Logan Hayes. The pitch. Wow, that one really pulled. That one really pulled to the outside. Ball 2, almost like he let it off as it was his fingers were pointing down. It's 2-0 the count to Logan Hayes. Tyler Townsend on deck as Gage Gannon's next pitch. It's a good bounce back right down the center. You know it was going to come at some point here. 2-1 now. 2-1 with one out. Gannon likes to sign from Verplank, delivers. That one, a little chopper, gloved up by Ryan Kostler. Kostler drops it though, and making his way on over to first. Logan Hayes on another error from the side of Grand Island Home Federal. A little bit of a weird angle that Ryan Kostler was running to glove it. Almost like he had to reach cross body to make the grab, and because of that, Tyler Townsend comes up to bat with Logan Hayes at first base. Hayes now still 1 for 2, and Townsend 0 for 2 today. Trying to at least go 1 for 3 and move Hayes. That pitch outside, ball 1. Following one Tyler Townsend, it is Caden Johnson for the Nationals. As here comes the 1-0. There goes Logan Hayes. That's swung and fouled off by Tyler Townsend for strike 1. Hayes got a pretty good jump at first base. So who would have known? That was not a word. Who would have known? There you go, that's a word. If Logan Hayes would have made it to second safely. But now Gage Gannon knows Hayes wants to attempt to steal potentially. Townsend 1-1 at the plate, 0 for 2 today. As Gage Gannon. Now time gets called. As Townsend steps off to refocus, and now he's ready to go again. 1-1 with one out. On over at first, Logan Hayes. The 1-1 pitch. There goes Logan Hayes again. Swung on and driven down the right field side, foul. Strike 2 is Hayes a little late on that one. Excuse me, Townsend a little late. Again, Logan Hayes got a good jump at first. 1-2, one out. Hayes at first, could move over to second. He's very, well, the Nationals are very eager to have Logan Hayes move. As Gage Gannon, once again with his 1-2 pitch, looked to pick off Logan Hayes, but he gets back in time. Very tense moment, because of course it's pretty obvious that the Nationals at this rate, back-to-back trying to steal Logan Hayes, won him at second for Caden Johnson. The 1-2 pitch, there goes Hayes again, swing and a miss. The throw on over to second, in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. A great throw from Trent Verplank, and we're going to the bottom of the 6th, a double play. And with that, we'll see you in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nationals still leading 4-0. We come back here, FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you'd like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
Bottom of the 6th inning right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. Jack Polk still on the mound for the Nationals here. He had a quick 1-2-3 bottom of the 5th inning last go-around, and now he comes up here in this bottom of the 6th, still a 4-0 lead as Bronxton Barrientos, who's up to bat here. Barrientos having a very, very good day today. He's got a plethora of hits to go with his name, a couple doubles and some singles. He'll sky one, though, into right field as Blaze Zeiler Tyler Townsend running all the way down, and it's going to find its way for a base hit. Townsend very, very far to left center. And with that, a double for Bronxton Barrientos here in this bottom of the 6th. Townsend way out in left center almost. Had a gap in the right field side that would have been an easily gloved ball if he was close to it, but with his positioning, it's nowhere near the ball, and with that, Barrientos gets on with nobody out at second. As Jack Polk now will elect to continue this inning without giving up any more hits. Fires one into Gabe Ruiz for strike number 1. It's 0-1 now. Ruiz is 0 for 2 today for Grand Island Home Federal. As he'll glance at second and firing his next pitch to Gabe Ruiz. He'll drill one into center field. Johnson will stand pat, glove it, and that won't move Barrientos from second, and like that, it's already one out here in this bottom of the 6th. As up to bat now, Grayson Sack. He, of course, got aboard in his last plate appearance. Beat out the throw from Logan Hayes at short. Now, here comes Sack. And the runner is still in scoring position for Grand Island Home Federal at second base. Pitch. Curveball way upstairs as Jack Polk didn't get enough rotation on that one. And now, next pitch and a 1-0 from Jack Polk into Grayson Sack. He delivers. Drilled over the reaching hand of one Easton Jones. Blaze Eiler can't hold on to it. So with that, here comes home and scoring Braxton Barrientos. And there's the first run to come across for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Grayson Sack gets an RBI single, and it's now only a 3-run lead for the Nationals here. This bottom of the 6th. That one just outside the reach of Easton Jones's jump at third. 4-1 now. Up to bat following Grayson Sack, Gage Gannon. As Polk fires in there. Strike number 1 to Gannon. 0-1 the count now. No warm-up in either of the bullpens, so could be going the rest of the way with both pitchers. Runner at first being Sack. As Jack Polk gets set and delivers it in to Gage Gannon. Here it comes. That's there. Strike number 2. Good pitch from Jack Polk, really trying to paint the corners to make Gage Gannon swing on something outside. And so far, Gannon hasn't swung, but he's already down in the hole 0-2. Probably see an off-speed here from Jack Polk. But pickoff attempt to Grayson Sack at first will get him back. Still 4-1 lead, an 0-2 count to the pitcher, Gage Gannon. Here comes that 0-2. Skied straight up, but it's going to fall foul over the press box. Oh, actually right in front of me, my heavens. So it's still an 0-2 count. I mean, it looked like it was almost going to the high heavens with it, but falls right in front of me, 0-2. One out. One runner on at first being Grayson Sack. It's Gage Gannon trying to avoid the out. Pitch from Jack Polk. Rocket into left field. That'll find another hit as Gannon gets aboard. Now the 7th hit today for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Game tying run on the plate now with Ryan Kostler. As Riley Plummer now takes over at first. One out here in this bottom of the 6th inning. Jack Polk giving up a couple of hits in this inning. One has already come across. There's one more in scoring position at second base being Grayson Sack. As Ryan Kostler swings and misses for strike number 1. Good throw from Jack Polk. Next pitch, skied up, drifting on over to right field. I believe Tyler Townsend coming in to grab it. He misplays it, bounces off of his glove, and that means we're going to have the bases loaded. Oh, they're going to call an infield fly? They're going to call him out. They're going to call an out on the first base side. So it's in. So the question is it an infield? The question becomes, is it an infield fly? But it's in the outfield, in right field. So I mean, it's shallow right field. First base umpire called it an infield fly. What it looked like. So they're conversing with Kirby Wells, almost at second base. Two of the umpires are. Again, the original call was an infield fly. So it'd be pretty big because that would be the second out of this inning if it goes the way of the Nationals. Still conversing on over at second. They're really having a divulging talk on over at about halfway between short and third base. Kirby Wells really trying to argue his case because they call an infield fly on something that is shallow right field, as it was actually Tyler Townsend who was running in to grab it. So the argument can be made it's not an infield fly because it's also in the outfield. So they're having a very lengthy discussion on over at short. I mean, it's very I wouldn't say very heated, it's very animated. Lots of hand movements and gestures. This would be pretty big if the Nationals can get this infield fly to go their way. And now here comes the other umpires. So now we're really just getting to the weeds of what's going on, as we are still having a talk on over with Coach Kirby Well, and I was having a talk with the main coach, or the main umpire. So now we're just having a talk about, you know, I just heard a scoreboard chant. Oh, now Kirby Wells is going back to third. They're going to say he's out. So the runner at first, Ryan Kostler, is out. And there's two down now in this bottom of the sixth inning. Wow. What a call on over in right field. Tyler Townsend misplayed the ball as it bounced out of his hand, but the first base umpire calls an infield fly rule following the pop fly to Townsend in right, as that one's fouled off to strike number one, as Ethan Kostler is now up to bat. Ethan Kostler pinch hitting in this situation with two runners on at now second and third. It's an 0-1 count. And now 1-1 the count as it's a smidge outside.
Ethan Kostler at the plate.
Pinch hitting in this situation for Gavin Haubold, and on deck Trent Verplank. Still, game tying run is at home plate. Two runners in scoring position. A 1-1 count to Kostler. Swing and a miss. This is a big out here. Even though it ends the inning, it stops the scoring chance from Grand Island Home Federal. If Jack Polk can sneak through right here, he'll get the sign from Dean McIntyre. The pitch. Oh, it's just around the knees for ball number 2 on that fastball. 2-2. I mean, poor Coach Holm, I think, is having the most stressful day of his life. Not making it any better with where the runners are at, with two down in this bottom of the sixth inning. Jack Polk now with his 2-2 count. Lofted into center field. Caden Johnson running back to get it. He won't. It goes over his head into the wall. 2 runs will score. An RBI bases clearing double from Ethan Kostler. That's the 8th hit today, and now it's a 4-3 lead for the Nationals in this bottom of the sixth. And now Trent Verplank comes up to bat. He is the game-winning or the game-leading run here in this bottom of the sixth. And over at second base being Ethan Kostler. 4-3 is now the lead for the Nationals in this ball game. As first pitch from Jack Polk. It's going to be down low for strike, in there for strike number 1, 2 for Plank. As his next one, lofted into right field. Tyler Townsend coming on to get it. Gets underneath it and gloves it for out number 3. Makes up for his amends of dropping the baseball in earlier this inning, but now we're going to the top of the 7th inning for the Nationals, where they are only up by 4-3. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese. He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Well, here we go, everybody. We're now in the top of the 7th inning. The Nationals, there is still some arguing going on with Kirby Wells and the home plate umpire about that ruling. I understand the call, but technically it helped Coach Wells more than it hurt him. Even though the call wasn't maybe technically correct, he still got 2 runs across because of it. So he was still arguing his case, go get it your money's worth, Coach. But now it's a 4-3 lead for the Nationals as we enter top of the 7th inning. Caden Johnson is up to bat versus Gage Gannon. A 4-3 lead for the Nationals. 4 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, compared to 3 runs on 8 hits and 3 errors for Grand Island Home Federal. Gage Gannon is still pitching for the side of Grand Island. He'll fire an off-speed in the zone for strike number 1. As the next pitch from Gage Gannon will be fired in, and it's in there. Strike number 2 around the letters. 0-2 now to the center fielder, Caden Johnson. As the 0-2. It's there, strike 3. Down goes Johnson looking. And that's how the first out of this top of the 7th comes about.
First out brings to the plate number 9, Jack Polk.
As Jack Polk now will make his plate appearance. It's been a big day for Jack Polk. He's really kept not only his team in this game with his phenomenal pitching, but has come up with a couple of key crucial hits. Can he do so again as he swings and misses for strike number 1 past Gage Gannon? A couple walks for Jack Polk, also a big hit. As here comes the pitch. Check swing on an off speed that's just dipping too low below the knees. Landon Greeno on deck with Easton Jones in the hole. Next pitch, another one that's upstairs. As it's 2-1, the count now to Jack Polk. Make that 3-1 the count now. If the Nationals can somehow find a run here this inning to give them some cushion, that'd be quite huge. 3-1. To Jack Polk, the pitcher from Gage Gannon. Well, there's a pitcher warming up at the bullpen. It's Easton Jones for the Nationals. In there for a strike as Jack Polk thought it was a ball. It's 3-2 now, the count. As a 3-2 with 1 out. Rocketed into right field for a base hit. Jack Polk gets aboard. It's now the 5th hit today, and he comes up clutch yet again. He's 2 for 2.
Single by Polk. Here's your first baseman, number 20, Landon Greeno.
As here comes Landon Greeno for the Nationals here today. A runner at first being Jack Polk. Greeno also 2 for 2. Would love to advance Jack Polk and keep this inning rocking and rolling for the Nationals with a threat to score being Jack Polk. Gannon's pitch. Tight inside. Ooh, but finds the mark for strike 1. Don't know. Strike 1 to Landon Greeno. That was very, very close inside. So it's 0-1 now. Jack Polk thought about taking off. Driven to right field. It's going almost all the way to the fence. It does. Jack Polk might be rounding third. They're bringing him home. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. A stand-up double from Landon Greeno. What a big hit from the big man. Flex those muscles. Greeno 5-3 now. What a huge hit from Landon Greeno, as now out comes Coach Kirby Wells. I thought that one could have gone the distance, almost 330 to right field, but Landon Greeno in a crucial situation with a big hit. Now we have Coach Kirby Wells going over to have a talk with his infield.
Stand-up double by Greeno.
As Landon Greeno scores Jack Polk all the way from first. As Easton Jones now comes up to swing. Gabe Moreno will take a stroll to courtesy run for Landon Greeno at second. Jones most certainly looks like he will be the pitcher that will come in relief for Jack Polk next inning, as he was warming up in the bullpen. So Coach Wells gets done talking with Gage Gannon.
Number 13 on second base.
As Gabe Moreno now is at second for the Nationals, with Easton Jones up to bat. 5-3 lead for the side of the FNBO Nationals. As here comes Gage Gannon's pitch. It's down low and outside for ball 1. Coach Wells not getting anybody warmed up in the bullpen. Might cost him here, as it's a 5-3 lead. Gage Gannon with 1 out here in this top of the 7th, facing a 1-0 count to the power hitter Easton Jones. Jones steps, here it comes. Oh, it's going to bounce off his back. And Easton Jones now is going to go on over to first and get another runner on for the Nationals. As here comes Dean McIntyre out. Goes Verplank to have a speech, little talk with Gannon to calm him down, but here comes Dean McIntyre. Jones at first. Gabe Moreno at second. Dean McIntyre up to bat. He's 0 for 3 today. But wouldn't it be a bigger hit for McIntyre if he can get one to the outfield? The pitch. That one little chopper that's going to go fair down over to third. And Gabe Moreno will get tagged out at third base as Dean McIntyre reaches on over to first on the fielder's choice, as Ryan Kostler was able to glove it as it bounced to him. And he went and he touched third base bag, and just like that, 2 down here in this inning. As up, I believe that's going to be Tommy Haggart taking over at first. Easton Jones at second. Blaze Seiler now up to bat for the Nationals. He's been huge this weekend. Can he come up with another clutch hit against Gage Gannon? First pitch in. There for strike number 1 with the fastball. 5-3 lead for the Nationals here in this top of the 7th inning. 2 outs. An 0-1 count to Blaze Zeiler, who is starting in left field. Next pitch from Gage Gannon as he fires. That one just barely going to be foul tipped off by Zeiler. It's 0-2 now. Oh and 2 with 2 outs now in this top of the 7th. Here comes the 0-2 from Gage Gannon into Blaze Zeiler. Can Zeiler keep this inning alive? The pitch? Whoa, that's going to get behind Trent Verplank, and with that, both runners will advance. Ball number 1 to Zeiler, but now runners at second and third. Zeiler this weekend has had some huge hits with runners in scoring position. Can he pull another one out of the hat again? 1-2 with 2 down. Gage Gannon still on the mound. 57 pitches for Gage Gannon in this game alone. As here comes the pitch. It's low, ball 2. It's 2-2 the count now. 2-2, 2 down. Runners at second and third for the Nationals, leading 5-3. As here comes the pitch from Gannon. Outside ball 3 to Gage, from Gage Gannon to Blaze Zeiler. Three and 2 to the left fielder, Blaze Zeiler. And what could be his last district at-bat as a Nationals player. The pitch. Ball 4, and he goes on over to first. Here comes Ty Hannibore with the bases loaded. Zeiler at first. Haggard at second. Easton Jones at third.
We're going to turn it completely off and back on. It's 5-3, 2 outs.
Lead for the Nationals, 5-3, with the bases loaded for Ty Hannibore. He's 0 for 3 today, but now would be the perfect time for him to find some momentum and get some runs across. The pitch from Gannon. That one turned on over to second, and that's how this inning will come to an end. 1 run did come across for the Nationals. We now go to the bottom of the 7th. It is a 5-3 lead. Easton Jones will be the pitcher on the mound, if I know correctly, for FNBO. When we come back here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Nicole is having her favorite Runza salad.
The something ranch salad.
It's the chicken bacon ranch salad.
Buddy, you can put whatever else you want around it. I'm here for the ranch.
I'm with you. Runza's homemade ranch is perfect. It's so good. A classic.
It's literally the only reason I like salad.
Great point. Come get a salad with your ranch. Try Runza's chicken bacon ranch salad today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field in Scotts Bluff. Nationals are leading 5-3. Jack Polk is still on the mound for the Nationals here in this bottom of the 7th inning. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Ethan Foley up to bat. He'll see a ball into the zone for strike number 1 off the bat. Beside it, Jack Polk. 0-1 now to the shortstop Foley, who's having a tough day today from the leadoff position. That ball just dips a little too far into the turf, 1-1. as it's a 1-1 count. Oh, that's going to bounce off the back there of Foley. And with that, he'll walk over to first. And Easton Jones was warming up in the bullpen just in case. So now, here comes Ian Ahrens. It's a huge opportunity. Again, the game-tying run is at home right now for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Foley at first. Bronxton Barrientos on deck. That pitch tight and low for ball number 1 from Jack Polk. Nobody out in this bottom of the 7th inning. Polk will glance at first. And now deliver it in to Ahrens. There for strike number 1. 1-1 now the count. Polk at 88 pitches here today for the Nationals. Now going on to his 89th. 1-1 now the count. As the pitch from Jack Polk turned on, softly grounded, and be gloved up by Ty Hannibord. Throw to, no, it won't be over to first. There was a mistake as Greeno slid down thinking Jack Polk was going to make it on over to first. And now 2 runners aboard, and here comes Coach Holm. What would have been an easy out at first now puts 2 runners on with nobody out. Landon Greeno, who's been so good today, makes a small mistake at first thinking that Jack Polk was there to cover it, and he was getting out of the way. But instead now getting on Ian Ahrens with Bronxton Barrientos, the game-winning run now at home in this bottom of the 7th inning. Jack Polk still the pitcher on the mound. Runners at second and first, nobody out. For the scariest batter today in the lineup for Grand Island Home Federal, Bronxton Barrientos hit a double, 2 singles, as well as 2 doubles in game number 1, has 2 runners on the base pads. As he fires one in and smashes one to left field. It's going all the way, and it's a walk-off home run. Bronxton Barrientos just hit a game-winning walk-off home run, and Grand Island Home Federal in this last game come back and defeat the Nationals 5-4. And that's how the district run for Jack Polk and this seniors team comes to an end. Barrientos has been so good today, and he made the Nationals pay. And after going to the losers bracket, Grand Island Home Federal comes back to win 2 games against the Nationals, 20-4 in game number 1, and then walk it off right here. A 3-run home run from Bronxton Barrientos. And they are your district champions. As heading on over to Elkhorn. Don't know if it's Elkhorn North or Elkhorn South is going to be side of Grand Island Home Federal. And on the side of the Nationals, they'll go on over to Lincoln Southwest on Saturday, as they come just a bit shy of winning first ever district championship for the Nationals.
FNBO Nationals.
As they had such an impressive run here in the district tournament, going the first 3 days 3-0, taking down Grand Island Home Federal in the upper bracket match to make it to state, and then falling just a tad bit shy here against Grand Island Home Federal when they had the lead 5-3. And unfortunately lose in a heartbreaking fashion, a walk-off 3-run home run by Bronxton Barrientos. And with that, the Nationals complete their season before they head out to state here on Saturday with a heartbreaker, losing 2 against Grand Island. We'll step aside and we'll take a break. When we come back, quick stop post-game show right here at FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too. At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter's auto, home, and life options.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
The game's in the books. Time for the Postgame Show on FM 98.1 and online at NorthPlattePost.com.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals fall in a heartbreaker here to Grand Island Home Federal in both their games. 20-4 in game number 1. And then in game number 2 falling in a walk-off 3-run home run. 6-5. As Bronxton Barrientos smashes one to left field at 3:30. And with that, the Nationals district run comes to an end. They finish second place, meaning they'll be probably heading over, if I remember correctly, Lincoln Southwest for state coming up this Saturday. As number 1 team in the district, Grand Island Home Federal, will be going on over to Elkhorn in the American side. So Nationals will be on the national side. You know, not a fan of superstitions, but maybe that's the superstitious way to think things are going. Is here comes Coach Holmes strolling his way into press box here today. Coach, probably not the way you were hoping things went after we talked on Sunday, but you knew Grand Island Home Federal was going to come with their A game, being the best team not only in the district, but probably one of the best teams in Nebraska, and they sure brought it today.
Yeah, obviously, first game didn't go the way we wanted to. Kind of happened to pick our battles and choosing, maybe not wanting to, but willing to lose a battle in order to win the war. Mm-hmm. So was going to hopefully, trusted Blaze enough to give him the ball in that situation and see if we can get out of it without throwing Jack or Jones, and then kind of wave the white flag there early on, and they really put it on us. But to be able to flush it and come back and be up for most of the game, really proud of the boys. Obviously, didn't end the way we wanted to. Jack pitched a hell of a game. Other than that, like I said, Barrientos pretty much single-handedly beat us. So hats off to him. One of, if not the best player that we've came across this summer. Grand Island's going to make it work for it. But obviously, nobody's happy right now. That's one of those losses that is going to stick with you for life, probably. But like I said to the guys after the game, what we do from here, is going to kind of make, that worth it or not. Whether or not we decide to use that as a chip as we go into state this year, and also, as we move on with, a bunch of our guys that are going to be coming back next year, or if we're going to, kind of feel sorry for ourselves and roll over and go 0-2 in a barbecue in state.
Yep.
So I think this team is tougher in that. We've been through a lot this year, and as bad as that one hurts, season's not over yet, and we can still do some things.
And you bring up a good point. The bounce back from that game one. I mean, everything fell apart at the seams. It was that, and this is such a tough situation, not just for you, but for everybody that's playing today, because state's Saturday. It's tough to sit there and be like, okay, can we eke one by, or do we want to definitively win one? It's a hand, 50 in one hand, 50 in the other. Which way you want to go. And for the team to, in a situation where everything went to haywire, hay basket in that game, losing 20-4, to bounce back and for basically that entire game lead 4-0, then 4-3. I mean, you got to be pretty proud and pretty happy going into at least these next couple of days, knowing that this team can bounce back even from the worst of situations.
Yeah, I mean, 32-18 isn't nothing to sneeze about. These two games doesn't take away what we've done the last month and a half of the season. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to have a couple good days of practices here, understanding that this is going to sting for a while. But that's baseball. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, and you remember the bad ones more than the good ones. But I know just me as a player and me as a coach, I try to soak that in and remember that feeling, and then try to do whatever I can to make sure that I never feel that way again. So whether it's the guys that are returning or Jack going off to college ball after this year, I mean, that's something that they could use not only with sports but just in life in general. And it's bigger in the game. I mean, there's a lot of life lessons, and you're trying to build, turn young boys into young men and make them productive members of society, and also get those guys to the next level. So just going to keep pushing along, plugging along. I mean, as a coach, that's all you can do. And in the end, the 16 guys that we had in the dugout today, I wouldn't trade them for any of them. And looking forward to going to battle with them this weekend.
That's you love. Lincoln Southwest is where you will be heading off to this weekend. Of course, the bracket kind of divides itself to where you have American and National League. Of course, you don't really know who will be facing off against. You can make some assumptions based on, maybe predictions on where everything's ended up. So do you really think at the top of your head right now you have a preferable side of the bracket you'd be on right now?
Well, so we're either going to be playing Creighton Prep or West Side. Yep. West Side had to beat Prep twice today. And no disrespect to West Side, just haven't played them this year, but we have played Prep. Yep. They got a handful of D1 guys. They're going to make you earn it. And so preferably would have liked to have not opened up with Prep, but I'm guessing unless West Side goes and does what GI did to us today, Prep will more than likely be our first state opponent. And Coach Mooney runs a good program over there, and they always got guys coming out and going D1, so we know we're going to have our work cut out for us, but we also know that we can beat them if we play our game, so just looking forward to the opportunity.
And you're a whole different team from the last time you guys saw each other, of course. That was during the College World Series tournament, and that was probably during the lowest part of the season, so Prep's really coming in, even though they've seen you before, maybe a little bit kind of in the mystery zone, not knowing, what this team looks like right now that it's on. It's, again, still on the hottest streak in all of Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, we lost 2-1 in 8 innings to them. Jack shoved on them, and they threw their one of their D1 guys that's going to UNO. So I know they ain't going to take us lightly. They know that we're a team that if they should try to roll the balls out against us, that we'll punish that. So I'm expecting that they're going to game plan for us. They're going to be ready for us, but we're going to be ready for them as well. So just going to kind of get a couple good days of practices out here and then kind of roll the balls out this weekend and go compete.
Well, Coach, even though it didn't end up the way you wanted to this weekend with not bringing home the district championship, still got to feel super proud that you're going to state and vying for that potential to be Nebraska state champion starting on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time we've went to state in my 4 years here, so that's awesome. Obviously an accomplishment for the group. Still sticking with us that, we don't have that district title. I think I'd read a article from JMO that said that we hadn't won it since 2001. So, I mean, it's been a while, and after this year, once we go and make some noise at state, I know these guys that are going to be coming back are hungry, and just looking forward to what the future has for these guys.
And then, of course, saw last season how that ended up being a big motivation for this year. I bet you the same thing's going to happen after what happened today for this upcoming weekend as well as this upcoming season. Coach, thank you so much once again.
Pax.
Stopping on by. I'm going to see you, of course, on Saturday in Lincoln, but that'll do it here for us today. Nationals fortunately fall in their back-to-back games here against Grand Island Home Federal in the district championship, 20-4 in game number 1 and 6-5 in game number 2. Our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the game, it's no question who it goes to in this second game, Jack Polk. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better game from Jack Polk. Yes, you can sit there and talk about that last inning and be like, it all fell apart at that time, but to do what he did after the Nationals had such a horrendous game number 1 is just amazing, and you got to tip your cap to him, but also tip your cap because this is his last district appearance. So you just got to see he put it all, just like with Blaze Eiler and Ty Robinson on Sunday, they laid it all out on the line, and they even though the result didn't go the way of Jack Polk, you know he was fighting to the very end. That's not the end, though, of the Nationals. They will be in Lincoln this Saturday. I, of course, will be down there as well. So once we get that bracket set up, most importantly, or at the moment, is thought that the Nationals will be opening up the first round of state against Creighton Prep. So that is one of the options. Or if Omaha Westside does, as Coach said, does what Grand Island Home Federal did here, they'll go the other way, and it might be Omaha Westside. But for me, Pax Gordon here in Scotts Bluff, Nationals come up second place in the A7 District Tournament, making their way to state. I'll see you all on Saturday. Of course, stay tuned to NorthPlattePost.com for the latest, not only updated live stream scheduling for state, but also the bracket when it gets released. I'll see you all next Saturday right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410.
The proceeding was a North Platte Post special presentation. FNBO Baseball on FM 98.1 AM 1410. Brought to you by the Shelter Insurance Boys, Pete Voles, Brett Rogo, and Matthew Musselman. Great Plains Sports and Therapy, Sand Hills State Bank. Premier Toyota, Dave's Place, Pizza and Wings. CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005. Larry's Glass, Great Plains Home Care Equipment, Bill Summers Ford, the DNN Event Center, Larry's RV, Double Dips Ice Creamery, Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group, CIO Well Strategies, Runza, Puro Clean, and the North Platte Public Schools. See the archive games and